It's a wonderful sight to see this distinguished gathering of DOSCOs and friends on this beautiful October afternoon. Thank you for taking your time out from your busy schedules. And I know many of you have traveled far and wide during this festive Diwali season to join us for what promises to be a truly memorable day. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the very first DOSCO Summit 2025. Today marks a historic moment as we bring together 3 generations of old boys and distinguished guests under one roof for the inaugural edition of what we hope will become a cherished tradition. Over the next few hours, we have curated 3 thought-provoking panels that will explore leadership across generations, the changing phases and values of education, and the DOSCO impact on society and the aristocracy of service. Following our panel discussions, we look forward to continuing these conversations over drinks and dinner, because as we all know, some of the best DOSCO connections happen over a good meal and shared stories. We are deeply honored to have with us today our chief guest, Mr. Amitabh Kant, former CEO of Niti Aayog and India's G20 Sherpa, and as our guest of honor, and the Honorable Mr. Jyotiraditya Sindha as a chief guest. Their presence truly elevates this gathering. This summit also holds special significance as it officially kicks off the DS90 celebrations, commemorating 9 decades of the Doon School's remarkable journey. From here, we move to Dehradun for our Founders' Day weekend, making this truly a celebration of our shared heritage and future aspirations. None of this would have been possible without the generous support of our sponsors for this event. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to DCM Shriram, Bajaj Electricals, Liberty, and Paras Buildtech for their partnership in making this vision a reality. We also thank our event partners, the Imperial Hotel, NewsX, and Nangia Group for their invaluable support. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to invite Mr. Junaid Altaf, batch of 2003-2009 Oberoi, President of the DSOBS, to give the opening remarks for the summit.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, DOSCOs, and my dear friends. In school, if someone told us to attend a talk or a debate for this long, our first reaction would be, oh no. And if someone said there are not 1, but 3 consecutive panels, a lot of DOSCOs would make their way to the school hospital or suddenly remembering their studies. Times have changed. So we are here, we have grown. And we are here at a very special event, the inaugural DOSCO Summit. I am delighted to welcome all of you to this August gathering. As you are aware, we're in the midst of a festive season with numerous celebrations around the corner. Adding to this, we have Founders just 2 days away, a very special Founders this time, which marks 90 years of Doon. It also marks 87 years of the Doon School Old Boys Society. Amongst these many festivals, here is another festival, one that celebrates ideas, discussions, dialogue, all in keeping with the DOSCO ethic of questioning, engaging, and encouraging diverse views. Every individual, and indeed every society, must constantly innovate, evolve, and test its boundaries. The DOSCO Summit is precisely such an effort. For years, our Old Boys Society has done phenomenal work in bringing the community together through sports and regional get-togethers. We have a vibrant tradition of cricket, football, golf, tennis, get-togethers in Singapore, Bombay, New York, these events have become wonderful occasions of reunion and shared spirit. Yet, one consistent feedback we received: could we create a similar platform beyond the sports field? A space where DOSCOs come together, not only to play sport, but to play with ideas and to debate, to question, and to explore themes that impact the society. And it is from this thought that the DOSCO Summit was born. I want to state here that, like all meaningful endeavors, this too is a work in progress. It will evolve, expand, and improve with each edition. This year marks a beginning, but we are already looking ahead to make future conclaves even more engaging and impactful. We have divided today's discussions into three broad themes: leadership, impact and service to the society, and education. These subjects lie at the very heart of our experience at the Doon School and reflect the very principles the school continues to champion and embody. The Doon School was founded in the early 20th century, but with a very distinct and progressive vision, one that continues to guide us even today. Ours was not a school, ours was not like the schools that existed then. We were not a playground for privilege or royalty, not merely a stepping stone for passive success. The Doon School was created with a far deeper purpose: to nurture thinkers, nation builders, and leaders of thought, individuals who would carry India to new heights. This founding ideal is reflected in the lives and the work of our alumni, all of you sitting here, and in your contributions to the various aspects of the society, be it politics, literature, business, the arts, sports, education, and so much more. It is to the credit of all those who have served this institution that we have held fast to these principles, even as we have grown and adapted with time. The same spirit is visible in the Doon School Old Boys Society, which, as all of us would agree, has always been an effort ahead of its time. Over the years, the society has continually sought to reinvent itself by expanding its reach, its relevance, and sense of purpose. In recent times, we have made significant progress. With more and more DOSCOs venturing abroad, we have extended our presence to cater to a truly global community. The society maintains active mentorship networks, connecting younger alumni with leaders across the armed forces, governance, enterprise, education, and the arts. It engages in professional support, community engagement, and many charitable initiatives. We are not limited to a networking club for alumni, but actively engage in social service and philanthropy, keeping in mind the legacy of the school. We extend scholarships to deserving students, fostering opportunity and ensuring talent is never limited by circumstance. The DSOBS has consistently stepped forward in moments of national crisis. It was among the first responders during the Uttarakhand floods in 2003, in the COVID pandemic, and even in the recent Punjab floods, or what we are looking to do now in Uttarakhand after the Dharali crisis. In these times of need, the DSOBS alumni networks mobilize rapidly, delivering relief and supporting rehabilitation wherever needed. Beyond these specific instances, chapters across India and globally have consistently engaged in philanthropy and voluntary service, whether in relief, education, health initiatives, or community support, proving that DOSCOs can contribute wherever they are. Taken together, these actions show that 87 years of the Doon School Old Boys Society is a living institution. It remains anchored in the school's enduring values of integrity, service, and intellectual curiosity, and through these, continue to serve the society. We now look forward to today and an exciting series of panels featuring an exceptional lineup of speakers, moderators, and thought leaders, with each bringing their own perspective and experience. Our aim is not only to engage, but also to provoke a little thought, because no discussion is ever complete without a touch of healthy provocation. Our moderators, I assure you, are more than equipped for that task. I hope you all will find today's summit stimulating, insightful, and enriching. I look forward to your feedback and ideas as we continue to make this platform stronger in the years to come. I want to make a special mention to the entire DSOBS Executive Committee, the various subcommittees that have been pivotal in organizing this. I am sure all of you will enjoy this as will I. Thanks a lot for your time.
Thank you, Junaid, for those inspiring words. So ladies and gentlemen, it now gives me immense pleasure to introduce our distinguished guest of honor, Someone who needs no introduction in the corridors of power, policy, and progress, but whose remarkable journey deserves to be celebrated today. We are privileged to welcome Mr. Amitabh Kant, a name synonymous with transformational governance and visionary leadership. A member of the prestigious 1980 batch of the IAS, Mr. Kant has spent over 4 decades reshaping India's development narrative. Those of us familiar with the Doon School will remember that he graced our 85th Founders' Day celebrations as well as chief guest. It's wonderful to have him back with us as we embark on our DS90 journey. As the former CEO of Niti Aayog from 2016 to 2022, Mr. Kant invigorated India's apex policy institution, transforming it into a dynamic think tank that drives the nation's developmental agenda. Under his leadership, Niti spearheaded India's COP strategy, energy security initiatives, and decarbonization roadmap. He also designed the groundbreaking programs like aspirational districts and the PLI schemes, positioning India as a global manufacturing hub while ensuring inclusive development. Further on, his role as India's G20 Sherpa during her historic presidency in 2023 stands as equally defining. When the world watched, Mr. Kant orchestrated what many consider as the most successful G20 summit in recent memory, achieving unanimous consensus despite complex global challenges. Today, as we discuss leadership, education, and service, the very themes that define the DOSCO spirit, there could be no better voice to guide our conversations than someone who has consistently demonstrated that with vision, persistence, and the courage to think beyond conventional boundaries, extraordinary transformation is possible. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a very warm welcome to Mr. Amitabh Kant.
So thank you for that kind introduction. I've been asked to speak on leadership, and I should be the last person to speak on leadership because I worked in both the North Bloc and the South Bloc, which both of them managed to block just about everything in India. So, some days back, Junaid sent me a letter, and then Akshay and later Yash Gandhi called me up, and they said, "Sir, you must come for this inaugural function. We're inviting Jyotiraditya Scindia, but just in case he doesn't turn up, you better be a substitute speaker." So I'm like Einstein, he'd won the Nobel Prize. And he's going around giving lectures all over UK. And he gave over 300 lectures. And wherever he'd go, his driver would accompany him. And this driver had heard him again and again. And then one day, Einstein was invited to the Stanford University. And this driver told him, "Sir, that you're a very boring speaker. You're a scientist, you're a very boring speaker. I've heard you 300 times. I can give a better speech than you can ever give." So they landed up in Stanford, and Einstein told him that you speak. So this driver went and gave the speech. The dean was sitting there. And he gave one of the most fascinating and scintillating speech. But at the end of his talk, this dean turned to him and he said, "Now we'll have a question-answer session." And he turned to the brightest and the most brilliant student who asked him a really tough, really complex, very complicated question. So this driver says, "Young man, your question is so simple, so easy, that even my driver sitting in the audience can reply." And Einstein replied to that question. So I'll be very happy to talk to you, but if you have any questions, please turn to Mr. Jyotiraditya Scindia. He will respond to all of you. So I've been asked to speak on leadership. Let me first say that that we are a $4 trillion economy. Our aim, as the Prime Minister has envisaged, is that we should be a $30+ trillion economy by the time we become 100 in 2047, which is about 22 years away. And this means that India needs to grow its GDP 9x, its per capita income 8x, its manufacturing 16x. That's the challenge for India. Now, very few countries have done this in the world. It was done by Japan post-World War II. It was done by Korea between 80s and 2000. And in recent times by China. And all these three countries are at a very scorching pace of growth of about 9.5% to 10.2% year after year for 3 decades. All other countries in the world got caught in the middle income trap. And today, according to the World Bank, 108 countries of the world are caught in middle income trap. So the goal and ambition is very, very high. It's a very ambitious and a very tough target. And when these countries were growing, the world was growing, they could ride the wave of global trade and grow. But when India's launched this pace for growth, India's confronted by 3 things. One is that 3 major challenges before it. First of which is that the relative period of stability which existed in the post-World War II, which enabled these countries to grow and develop, that has come to an end. The institutions which enabled this peace and prosperity, which was a catalyst for these countries to grow, that has ended. You have a war in the heart of Europe for about 4 years. And the First World War was fought in Europe. The Second World War was fought in Europe. And you have a war in the heart of Europe for about 4 years. The institutions which enabled peace and stability to remain from 1945 onwards, United Nations, the Security Council, the World Trade Organizations, which enabled trade to grow, all have outlived their utility because they failed to evolve with time and they've become irrelevant today. And therefore, India is confronted with a scenario of a breakdown in institutions and the relative period of stability that existed post-World War II. That's number one. Number two is that when these countries were growing, global trade was accelerating because global supply chains and global value chains were growing, and you had to be an integral part of this, and it enabled China to do manufacturing for the rest of the world. Korea could import inputs, do value addition and re-export and grow. And Japan grew on the back of its automobiles penetrating global markets. These global value chains and supply chains have all got disrupted, and today there's protectionism and there are massive tariff wars going on. You're seeing a scenario of 130% duties on China, China reciprocating 50% on India, and so on. So tariff has been weaponized. And that is the second big challenge for the world. And especially for India, which plans to grow and expand at this rate of scorching pace of growth, as I said, to be a $30+ trillion economy. But in the midst of all this, we are also living in a world, we are all fortunate to be in this room and to be living in a world which is going to witness the greatest era of rise in productivity. The next decade is going to witness the highest rise in productivity because of data, analytics, machine learning, artificial intelligence. The level of disruption in our ability to find solutions to challenges which could not be found earlier is within reach because of the technological leapfrogging which the world will see. Improving learning outcomes, which is physically not possible earlier, or health outcomes, or improving nutritional standards of women, tracking every single pregnant woman from the point of delivery till her child grows into the age of 3, and weighing the child from his birth onwards, which was all physically very complex and difficult, and to analyze it on data and put it out in public domain was not possible, is feasible today. And therefore, emerging markets have a huge opportunity to use technology to leapfrog. And to my mind, this is going to be a huge era of rise in productivity. And that we are really fortunate that despite the disruption, despite the lack of stability and wars going on across the world, you are in the midst of the biggest era of rise of productivity, and this will be a transformational age as far as growth, progress, and prosperity is concerned. And how we use it in our ability to transform India, where leadership would count. And so first and foremost, I think for leadership, it's important to have a big perspective and a vision. Whatever you do, you need a visionary approach. You need a long-term vision. And the fact that India set a vision that by 2047, it must be a 30+ trillion-dollar economy, transform the life of every citizen, take its per capita income from $2,700 to $15,000 per capita income. That's the vision. So whichever area, whichever field you are in, it's important, to my mind, for a great leader to set a vision. And the second is that it's important that we deal with outcomes. Quite often, wherever we are, we work on our ability to do achieve physical achievement of financial achievements and say that by this quarter, I'll exhaust this much of finances, etc., or achieve this much target, but outcomes are never defined. What is the outcome we want to achieve at the end of 1 year? Those outcomes must be defined. And what was not possible earlier today is possible because of our ability to use data and analyze and put it in public domain. One of the key challenges which I was confronted with in Niti Aayog was to transform the 115 districts, the most backward districts of India, and these are all far-flung districts of India, where you'll have a doctor for 6 months, you'll have a medical practitioner for 7 months, you'll have a district collector for 6 months, all getting transferred out. And we launched this aspirational district program, and the Prime Minister's view was that I'll not give you any additional money. The challenge is not of money, but of good governance. And he said, using practices of good governance, you transform these 115 districts. And we used the power of data. First, we defined the outcomes which needed to be achieved. Clearly said that on learning outcomes, we want to take this district from here to here. In health outcomes, we want to take the district from here to here. On nutritional standard, we want to take the district from here. And we said the best performing district in this state is here. And we use the power of data feedback on constantly getting data from them and analyzing that data and ensuring that we had third-party data being verified so that we get the real data. And by using the power of data, we could actually make the districts compete with each other. So 115 districts were competing day by day, week by week, month by month, and data was being put out in public domain, and the ranking of these districts were being put out, and we were actually, by putting the ranking and the performance of the districts outcomes in public domain, we were making the collectors, the MLAs, MPs, all compete with each other. We were naming and shaming them by putting data. This was not possible earlier. When I was a collector of Calicut district in Kerala, I worked very hard, but I didn't know whether my district had gone up or down because the data came out 4 years later. My district did well, but I didn't know then. But today, on a real-time basis, mobile telephony enables you to get data on a minute-to-minute basis. Technology has made it possible. And therefore, our ability to use that data, analyze it, put it out in public domain, and name and shame and put the ranking and create competition has enabled you to transform societies. And that is what we did, and some of these aspirational districts became much better than the best performing districts of India, and therefore the aspirational district program was termed by the UNDP and the World Bank as the best program ever delivered by any government anywhere in the world to transform lives of citizens. So my belief is that data, outcomes, ranking, naming and shaming is very, very important. Your ability to constantly use data, not just a dashboard, because the frontal of the dashboard is not linked to the back, but the critical issue is that put data out in public domain and make everybody compete. The power of competition is immense. Use that ability to push it out and create a sense of competition. The third is, I would say, that all of us in our lives are going to face a crisis at some point or the other. There's nobody in life who's constantly had a rise and rise and rise. You're going to be stumped at some stage of your life, and you're going to see bad days. There will be a crisis. Pretty early in my career, when I was in Kerala as district collector, and it was normally said that that was the place where Vasco da Gama landed and discovered India, and they said that if Vasco da Gama will come back, he'll find Calicut exactly as he had left it. The roads were narrow, the streets were narrow, there was a lot of encroachment. So as district collector, I demolished about 450 encroachments in the heart of Calicut. I widened 26 roads, I created a new airport, I created a bypass, but I'd never anticipated that about 10 months later, one of the persons whose four-star hotel I'd demolished will go on to become the deputy chief minister, and I'll suffer the consequences of this. And I was 10 and a half months as a young officer without any posting for 10 and a half months. And actually at that point of time, I really thought of giving up, of quitting IAS and moving out, and I thought I'll give up. Then as a punishment posting, I was posted as Secretary Tourism. Nobody had heard of Kerala. Kerala was not a tourism destination. Everybody used to go to Rajasthan and go to Kashmir. The only tourism destination in Kerala was Kovalam Beach, where you used to get garbage collectors and cobblers from Manchester and Birmingham, low-value tourism of $20 a night. Once I was posted, I used that opportunity to build Kerala as a high-value destination. I closed Kovalam, opened up new products of backwaters, houseboat, Ayurveda, went back to the roots of Kerala and actually brought back the Kerala art forms, Kathakali, Mohiniyattam, brought back the traditional Kerala cuisine, which is now all known all over the world for its appam and stew, etc. Brought back the traditional martial art of Kerala, Kalripet. But I said, we'll do everything but not ape the West. We'll go back to the roots of Kerala and make Kerala unique and brand it as Kerala, God's own country. And that was the story of the discovery of Kerala as one of the great tourism destinations. And National Geographic, its editor came to Kerala and rated it as one of the 10 exotic paradises of the world, saying that Kerala is unique not merely because of its natural beauty, but because of its unique human development index and the physical quality of life index. So he said, when you combine this human development index of high literacy, high education, great nutrition with the beauty of Kerala, it becomes a unique destination. And Kerala went on to grow in unit value from $20 to $300 to $500 to $600 a night destination. And that's, to my mind, was my belief that every crisis in life is an opportunity, and crisis must be used as an opportunity to rediscover yourself and build a new destination. And that's what I did as a crisis in my life. So the third point I want to make is, first is vision, second is using data, analytics, which was not possible earlier today, creating a great sense of competition. Third is use every crisis, and each one of us is going to go through a crisis at some point or the other in your life. Kindly use your crisis as a moment of great opportunity to reinvent yourself. The fourth point I want to make is that the biggest transformation you can do to yourself and to India is to use technology to leapfrog. There's no other way but to, if India has to be a $30+ trillion economy, to use technology to leapfrog. I mean, what we've done in digital public infrastructure, we're the only country in the world to have provided digital identity to 1.5 billion Indians. And between 2015 and 2017, we opened 550 million bank accounts. Every second bank account was opened in India. Women in India then had only 18% bank account. Today, 91% of the women in India have a bank account. That's the transformation India did. But then we seeded these bank accounts with both the digital identity, Aadhaar, and the mobile number. And that started our ability to do fast payments, and today we do 50% of the fast payments in the world, and China is next with just 20%. And then you had a number of young startups, MobiKwik, Pine Lab, etc., who started using the payment history to provide credit to a number of people below the poverty line. And you had another set of young startups, Zerodha, Grow, Upstock, who used this digital public infrastructure to take stock market to Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, and we had stock markets being taken into rural areas. And then you had another set of startups called Go Digit and Acco, all young people, youngsters, who took insurance. When I was a young officer working with the fishermen of Kerala, it used to take me 6 months to do know your customer and find identity for them. These people took insurance to rural areas and Tier 2, Tier 3 cities and started giving insurance policy in all this India does. From credit, from bank accounts to credit, to insurance, to stock market, to fast payments, all this India does 30 seconds, in 30 seconds to 1 minute, on the mobile, on the go, anywhere, anytime. No country in the world does this. No country in the world does this, what India has done. It's been a technological transformation, and that is why the Bank of International Settlement said that what India achieved in 7 years would have taken India 50 years to achieve what India achieved in 7 years. And that is why a new company like Reliance Jio could come in and get 510 million customers in India within a period of 9 months, because the cost of acquisition of a customer had fallen from $30 to 15 cents. No paperwork in India. And we in government put money straight into the bank account of beneficiaries in 777 schemes of the government without a single paisa of leakage. So within my lifetime, when I started off as a young officer, I've seen money go from central government to state government to districts, and almost 80% of it's getting leaked to zero leakage because of technology. That is what I've seen in my lifetime. So what we are seeing is the transformation of India in a generation, really. And that is why during COVID, we could give 2.2 billion COVID vaccination, and we could provide 450 million people direct transfers so that they were not impacted during COVID. Whereas in America, 18% of the checks came back. In Germany, 20% people didn't get money. But we could put money directly into the bank account. So technological transformation will be the biggest thing and the greatest thing you will do to yourself and to your organization and to your companies and to your families would be to adapt yourself to changing technologies, to AI, to quantum computing, to biotechnology, to machine learning. All these will be transformational for each one of us. And in the days to come, this will really transform India in a many big way. And to my mind, the earlier we become the drivers of technology, what is happening today is that in many of these areas, Indian data is being used outside. I mean, OpenAI is becoming bigger and bigger because they're providing free access to Indians using Indian data, and they will be processing your data and selling you back finished products which Indians will buy at huge costs and huge prices. And it's important that we throw up local entrepreneurship and throw up Indian startups who use Indian data and do a Make in India story which can be exported to the rest of the world. And this is, to my mind, very critical and very important for India. So technology will be a very big change driver. So the fifth point I want to make is from my own, and I'm speaking all this from my own experiences, is my belief that it's important that all of us learn the art of working with young people. When I was CEO Niti Aayog, one of the things I did was to recruit a lot of young professionals. And normally the recruitment in government is through the UPSC of IAS, IPS, etc. But I went a different route, and after taking approval of Prime Minister, I brought in a lot of young professionals. Actually, I started with 30, then I took it to 100, then I took to 200, then 250. And I suddenly found the energy. The Niti Aayog was just bubbling with activity and energy. The young people bring a different level of energy and vibrancy and dynamism which the joint secretaries, the additional secretaries, and the secretaries can never bring. And I really found that they bring in a level of vision and activity, and the ability to adapt to cutting-edge technology is so enormous, and the ability to take a multidisciplinary approach is so enormous that they add huge value to you. So I thought I was a very successful CEO largely because I was surrounded by young people. And the young people added great value in every single sector. I greatly benefited from their advice, and I greatly benefited from the knowledge and the expertise and the ability to think in a multidisciplinary manner. So my belief is that as you grow older and older, please learn the art of getting young people to work for you, getting more and more young energy around you. You'll feel young, you'll feel better, and you'll get the greater level of drive and energy which you'll ever do. And therefore, my belief is that that is very, very critical. And this last point I want to make is, the second last point I want to make is that it's very, very important that whatever you do, learn the art of communication. It's very, very important. And it's critical, it's important, because when I was doing the G20, those were very, very challenging times. All our ministerials had failed. Russia-Ukraine crisis was at its peak. it was almost taken for granted that our G20 would fail. We went into the final round of Sherpa. The Prime Minister wanted us to have a consensus, and he told me that at any cost, get me a consensus. We walked into the last final round of Sherpa meeting. I took these guys, all the Sherpas, 65 kilometers away from Delhi because I didn't want any media around. I took them to ITC in beyond Gurgaon and just locked up these Sherpas, and I said no mobile is allowed, and I closed the thing and I started negotiating. But I communicated to them clearly that if we don't get a consensus, India will walk out of G20, and we would rather work with BRICS, we'd rather work with ASEAN than we'd work with a G20. It took us 16 drafts failed. It was the 17th draft which succeeded. It was brinkmanship of the highest order. The last one para took us 365 hours of negotiation. But it was our ability to communicate to them that if we don't succeed in this, we'll walk out of G20, and telling them that India wants consensus at any cost, that we managed this G20 consensus against all odds because of our ability to communicate. And therefore, my view is that whatever you do, learn the art of communicating. Whoever is your audience, it's very, very important that your ability to put your vision, your ability to sell your perspective, and your ability to deliver rests greatly on your art of communication. And this is a constant learning process. It's a constant learning process. It's a constant process of learning with every day. It's not that you've studied in Doon School that simply you'll be a great communicator. It's an art of also evolving with every day on technology. It's an art of evolving every day with new happenings that are happening in your sector and keeping up. There's no substitute when you do good communication to relentless hard work. There is no substitute to relentless hard work, and that is critical to my mind. And the last point I want to make is that whatever you do, great leadership is about great health. So as you grow and prosper in life, as you become bigger and bigger, and as you rise in both your career and as you become better businessmen, or become better leaders, learn the art of keeping 2 hours for yourself every day. Whatever happens, slog it out, sweat it out, and exercise so hard that you feel young. And this, to my mind, will enable you to have a different level of energy. Exercising is key to great leadership. And exercising and sweating it out is the key to being a successful leader. And with these few words, I'll conclude. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, thank you so much, sir. May I please request you to stay on stage for a short Q&A session with the audience? Thank you.
You forced upon, stuck upon, involving young people in all your entrepreneurship. What do you do with the senior people, retired people?
Well, I said that the senior people should also keep getting younger and younger and do this process of reverse engineering and reverse aging by constantly exercising themselves. You'll feel younger and you'll feel better and you'll look better, and you'll feel good and you'll feel energetic. And so to my mind, every senior person should also really exercise hard and be physically fit. That's the key to aging, to my mind.
Hi, sir. My name is Vishal Sinha. I just wanted to, it's a corollary to the previous question. Is there an age for reinventing oneself?
Well, the name is that you have to, I said that the reinventing requires a relentless hard work, and relentless hard work in being constantly evolving yourself in terms of learning. It's about learning in terms of technology. It requires relentless hard work in terms of exercising. It requires relentless hard work in having a vision. It requires relentless hard work in terms of surrounding yourself with young energy. All this is relentless hard work. It's very difficult to reinvent yourself without all this.
Sir, we were on leadership. So you've been in the administrative service, sir. And now for the nation, in today's world, as you said, it is very disruptive. What do you feel is the need of the hour for India? Because I feel India has two particular unique problems that other countries in the world do not have. We have burning borders, and our biggest allies are distant.
I believe this, my belief in India is that there's no substitute to sustained growth over a 2.5 decade period. India needs to grow at rates of 8.5%, 9% year after year, year after year, year after year for 3 decades. And that means, that would mean really that you need to do you need to do good, smart urbanization. Your cities are in a mess. You need to do manufacturing, you need to enhance your agriculture productivity, you need to improve your physical quality of life index, particularly in the eastern part of India, Bihar, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, UP, which are your most populous states. If your nutritional standard, learning outcomes, health outcomes don't improve, you can never do this. No country has grown without Human Development Index for a long while. And all these are critical. And also you need about 10, 12 states to grow. If you need to achieve this $30+ trillion economy, you need at least 12 states of India to grow at 10% plus for the next 3 decades. That's the challenge. That's what leadership is about. I mean, geopolitics apart. So let's not get caught up in the world of geopolitics. Geopolitics is important, but India is growing at 7.8% this quarter and 8.2% last year at just 50% of its population. 50% of its population is either living in agriculture as wage earners or living in government doles. You need to convert these 50% of your population into active participants in your economy so that you can sustain this growth over a 3-decade period. Growing at 8 to 9% over 3 decades is one of the toughest jobs in the world. It's the most ambitious task which has been set upon this country.
Hello, sir. Sir, I did my graduation in entrepreneurship and small business, started my own industry, manufacturing printing inks way back in 1999. But there are very few government agencies which promote entrepreneurship and help them to scale up to a large-scale MNCs. So this is what small-scale entrepreneurs want, that we become big like MNCs and we can also grow economy likewise. So I think this needs to be done at the ground level.
एक तो यार ये तुम दून स्कूल वाले क्वेश्चंस बहुत पूछते हो. इतने क्वेश्चंस तो मेरे से यूपीएससी ने भी नहीं पूछे थे. But I entirely agree with you that entrepreneurship is very critical. More than that, we need to really, because almost 45% of India's export and 50% of India's GDP comes from MSME. Is very important. The MSME sector to grow and become bigger and bigger and bigger is very critical for India. And but that will happen, let me tell you this, that will happen, MSMEs will grow and big if you have very many large companies. Because MSME supplies to the large companies. You know, when Maruti became big, you had Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 1 suppliers to Maruti. Similar with Tatas. The challenge in India is that you have very few large companies. You need 10,000 large companies. You need 10,000 Tatas, Reliance, Adani, and many other. that size and scale is important for many other MSMEs to ride the wave of growth and prosperity.
Instead of just catering to MNCs, if one wants to become an MNC, it needs to have venture capitalists and funding. That's very important.
So I think what is happening now is that two things. One is the recent liberalization by RBI will enable more and more credit to flow in to the MSME sector. And second is what government has started is that this first loss guarantees without securities, without collateral will help more and more liquidity. So the flow of liquidity to the MSME has greatly increased in the last 2 years. And we need many more entrepreneurship programs. I entirely agree with you.
Thank you.
Sir,
Okay, can we wind up?
so last question, if I may. Sir, you've been an exceptional leader as well as a bureaucrat. My name is Nikhil Kocha. Just wanted to check about your views as to how the bureaucracy could work as a force multiplier to help us in achieving some of our productivity goals. Any thoughts you have there, sir?
So, I've been a long-term believer that in India the bureaucracy needs to scrap a lot of more rules, regulation, procedures, act, and laws made over the years. And there has to be also political will for that. So, I've been a believer that India can grow at this rate for a long time only with free enterprise. You need free enterprise to grow and prosper in India. If private sector doesn't grow, if free enterprise doesn't grow, India can't grow to be a $30+ trillion economy on the back of bureaucracy. The bureaucracy has to be a facilitator and a catalyst to private sector growing in India. So free enterprise is really the key to growth. No country in the world has grown without free enterprise, and therefore that is really the key. And India's moved from British Raj to license Raj. And much of that license Raj, despite liberalization in 91 and recent times, has continuing, at least in the mindset. And the mindset needs to change very radically. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving us your time. We have a small token of appreciation. Junaid. Thank you, sir, for those inspiring words and for setting the perfect context for our discussions ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the heart of our summit, which is the first panel discussion on leadership across generations. If there's one thread that connects every DOSCO across decades, it's leadership. From the playing fields of Chandbagh to the music schools to the corridors of power around the world, DOSCOs have consistently demonstrated that leadership isn't just about position, it's about purpose, vision, and the courage to drive change. In today's rapidly evolving AI-enabled world, where traditional hierarchies are being redefined and generational perspectives shape every decision, understanding how to lead across generations has never been more critical. So our moderator for this panel is Mr. Vivek Pandit, 595 Hyderabad House, batch of 1988. He is senior partner and global co-leader of McKinsey's private equity and principal investors practice. With over 25 years experience at McKinsey, he has worked across continents, advising the world's leading investors, sovereign wealth funds, and family businesses. A Stanford alumnus and Aspen fellow, he has served on the Doon School Board of Governors and continues to champion education and healthcare initiatives across India. I will also alongside introduce our distinguished panelists. The first is Mr. Gaurav Bhushan, 32 Hyderabad House, batch of 1989. He is the CEO of the Lifestyle and Leisure Brands and chairman of Accor India. His inspiring journey started with Accor in Australia, where he rose through the ranks to become chairman of Accor India, home to iconic brands like Sofitel, Pullman, Novotel, and Ibis. He then became co-CEO of Ennismore, the world's fastest growing lifestyle hospitality group. Under his leadership, Accor opens one hotel per day worldwide across 135 countries, a masterclass in scaling leadership across diverse cultures and generations. Our second panelist for today is Mr. Tarun Sani, 234 Kashmir House, batch of 1991. He's the Vice Chairman and Managing Director of Triveni Engineering and Industries and former President of our very own DSOBS. A Cambridge and Wharton alumnus, he leads one of India's largest integrated producers of ethanol, sugar, and bioenergy. His leadership spans traditional industries and cutting-edge sustainability initiatives, embodying the evolution of corporate leadership across generations. Our third panelist for today is Mr. Raghav Malia, 267 Jaipur House, batch of 1990. He is the Global Chairman of Investment Banking at Goldman Sachs, a role he assumed just this July, cementing his position as amongst the most senior Indians on Wall Street. With 25 years at Goldman Sachs, rising from associate to partner, he co-leads mergers and acquisitions in the APAC region and heads the Technology, Media and Telecommunications Group, TMT. His journey exemplifies how sustained excellence can bridge generational leadership styles in global finance. And our fourth panelist for today, who will be joining us virtually, is Mr. Rahul Malhotra, 15 Hyderabad House, batch of 1983. He is the region head emerging markets and member of the Global Wealth Management Committee at Julius Baer. Based in Dubai, Mr. Malhotra oversees 5 key markets, including India onshore, global NRIs, Middle East and Africa, Central and Eastern Europe, etc. With over 35 years in financial services spanning Citibank, Merrill Lynch, and JP Morgan, he also serves as a member of the Julius Baer Foundation, working on global education and wealth inequality initiatives. His leadership philosophy spans from Singapore to Switzerland, making him uniquely positioned to discuss leadership not just across generations, but also continents. Ladies and gentlemen, 5 extraordinary leaders, each representing different industries, with an overwhelming majority of Hyderabad House alums, I must say, but united by the common thread of DOSCO values and the pursuit of excellence. Please come on stage.
Okay, so that was a formal set of introductions. I'm going to do a proper set of introductions now, if you allow me. First up, we have 267J, batch of 91. Now, a master he considered had a considerable influence on his life was Sheel Vora. He still has difficulty eating rajma. And Mr. Sundar Kumar. He still avoids rajma. He allegedly spiked the punch bowl at Welham Girls. Now, Raghav Malia, now, of course, the chairman, and it just goes to show that even a Malia from J House can be successful. Thank you, sir. Next, we have 234K. He believes A.N. Dar was a very shaping influence in his life and school, permanently scarred by egg curry, will not touch it. He managed to bust midterms at Chile, Missouri, and did not get a YC. Meet Pumpkin, aka Tarun Sani, Vice Chair and Managing Director at Triveni Engineering. Then we have 32H, also known as Chut Dallas. I have no idea how you got that name, by the way. He hasn't eaten Rogan Josh since school. He managed to screen a movie in the physics lab, and I'm not going to name what movie it was. Some of you know this. Apparently, this is legend. Anyway, meet Chut Dallas, also known as Gaurav Bhushan, the chairman of Accor India and co-CEO of Ennismore. And then finally, we have 15H. There he is. That's it. A master that shaped his time in school was R.D. Singh. He still maintains a healthy distance from mutton stew. He never got caught busting bounds, even though he did a number of times. Meet Namchi, also known as Rahul Malhotra, who's a member of the Global Managing Committee at Julius Baer. So thank you, everyone, for joining us. Thank you, Namchi, for joining us from Dubai, I believe. Okay, well, I'm just going to open this by saying leadership is a topic that is much talked about, much written about. And so I think what we intend to do today is have an authentic, disarming conversation with these individuals about their journeys and what they learned. As we know, the first rule of leadership is that everything is your fault. The second rule is it's not about you. And finally, the third rule, as we know, is leadership is really about action, not position. And I think I want to reinforce that. Leadership is about action, not position. I think that suits the DOSCO ethos well. Now, in a time when we have winds of anti-elitism, anti-institution, anti-pluralism, navigating these forces takes a lot. And so with that, I'm going to start with a set of questions, and I'm going to make my way and sit next to you. What's that? Yeah. Okay, do we have a mic over here? Hello? Yeah, okay, great. So I'm starting with a kind of a softball question. By the way, I'm going to move after the first two questions to the audience and ask you in between to throw some questions. And when you have your questions, please direct them specifically to any of the panel members, and you're allowed to heckle them if you want. Let me just start with a basic question, right? Raghav, I'm actually going to start with you, which is your definition of leadership, and how has your definition of leadership changed over the time that you've navigated your own professional career?
Why don't I start with the second bit? So, look, I've worked for about 30 years now, and I've been fortunate to have, in that period, to have seen a number of different leaders in action. So, from government leaders to business leaders to, we're a people business, and in a people business, as you grow up, similar to the way growing up at the Doon School, your people senior to you, you kind of value one person's leadership. And you can kind of distinguish between people who you think are good leaders and who you don't think are good leaders. So I do think I've had a decent perspective on what I think are good leaders, at least. And Mr. Kant touched on this a little bit. Any good leader, first and foremost, has to set the right vision. It has to be a shared vision. It's something that you've got to communicate and you get out there and get buy-in for. And then the rest of it is really just to create the conditions or empower teams to actually execute on that vision. You can have the best vision, but if you don't empower the folks around you to actually execute on that vision, then nothing's going to happen. So, look, it's a combination of that, setting the vision and empowering people to actually go out and do what needs to be done. That, to my mind, are the two simple characteristics of a leader. There's a number of other things that I'm sure we'll touch on as we go through this.
Same question? So, Vivek, we discussed this earlier, and I represent the third generation of a family business. So I'll offer a different perspective from my own experience. I look at leadership much more from the perspective of stewardship. So I think classical leadership has been defined over and over again, but stewardship is something that also is absolutely vital, and no more so than in the world today and in India today. Leadership, to me, is not a race. When I started my career, I thought of it as a race. You must take decisions quickly. Inactivity is a sign of potential weakness. Rapid decision-making is absolutely essential. But to my mind, it's much more of a relay. It's about grabbing that baton firmly, holding it securely, and passing it on stronger than when you first received it. So that's the real change that I've seen in Raghav and I are the same batch from school. I was there for the alleged incident at Welham Girls. In these 30 years, I've seen that change dramatically. I think India today also allows one to be a different type of leader. I think that's changed as well. The environment has changed. Amitabh Kant talked a lot about what he's seen change from a government perspective. But from industry and from an entrepreneurial perspective, I see that innovation playing an increasingly important role. Empathy is something that is an essential quality for leaders for today, especially if you want to encourage the younger generation of my children, to actually again, take active leadership positions.
That's very helpful, and I dare say that from our time in school, we had to unlearn a lot of Machiavellian versions of leadership, where it was better to be feared than to be loved. But with that, Chut Dallas.
Vivek, thanks. I think for me, again, like Raghav, I've been in a people's business and a service industry almost all my career. And to me, central to leadership is embarking people and building a culture. If you cannot build a culture, you can't embark people and you cannot execute your vision. I mean, everyone's got great ideas. A vision only becomes a vision if you can execute it, and you can't execute it without embarking people. So for me, I spent most of my time in the various leadership positions I've been in embarking people and building the right culture. Because you build the right culture, if you want to build a spirit of entrepreneurship, you encourage people to take risks, you don't become a bureaucracy, no one's ticking boxes, no one is forwarding emails for approval. You've got to build a culture that empowers people, empowers them to take risk, empowers them to come and think outside the box. And it is a painstaking, slow process, but to me, central to all success, financial or qualitative in any organization, is the ability to build a very, very strong culture. And that will last you decades. And once you set that right, it's very hard to undo it, but it takes a huge effort.
I'm going to come back to you on that, because the hospitality industry is very specifically geared around culture and service. Namchi, to you.
First and foremost, apologies, I couldn't be there in person much as I would have loved to. Gaurav did tempt me a few evenings back, but unfortunately just couldn't make it. Before I get to answer what you said, Vivek, just to echo and talk a bit about what Amitabh had said towards the end. I know the audience is ranging from a bunch of folks that are recent sort of graduates from school to retirees. And I can tell you that I have a father-in-law who's also a DOSCO. He's 91 years old and he's yet active. So I don't think there's ever an age for retirement. Yes, you have to keep reinventing yourself. There is so much access to information that we have today than against when we were growing up. So I would just simply say never retire in life. Once you retire, you simply go to your grave. Leadership for me, and I'll give a very different perspective to the three, and I 100% agree with what they had said. Leadership really evolves over the years, even when you start in your career. And growing up in India, working in the financial industry, one would elevate people to a demigod status. And anything and everything that they said was really the gospel of truth. You never debated it, and you said, we will follow, we will start to do exactly everything. That was one leadership style. And that's how we all started, or at least I started in my career. When you get to the mid-career level, you clearly start to question, and you start to really understand what exactly is it that's happening, and what is it that I am getting from them. Am I learning something new? Am I learning a new skill set? What and how am I building a network? And then is really about, do I feel confident in the ability of that leader? So that's really important. I'll get to where I'm coming in with all of this. And now in the stage that I'm in my career, it's about really grooming the next set of leaders. So a leader is someone that really has to have the ability to be able to deal with somebody who is just starting with their career to someone who is at the later part of their careers, and how do you take people through this journey?
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to turn it up a little bit and just ask, none of you have got here without reflecting on mistakes you've made or turning points in your journeys. Maybe, Bhushan, starting with you. Any mistakes you look back on? Anything you had to unlearn as you traverse this journey? Because you've seen a lot.
Yeah. As you kind of journey through your career and For me, when I was in the early parts of my career, it was very much about quantitative decision making. I spent a large part of my life doing real estate financing, real estate investment. So it was quantifying everything and thinking you're making the right decisions if it made sense on a spreadsheet. And as you kind of meander along and you build and grow your career and your business, you realize the EQ has to take over the IQ bit and balance it. Because if you only focus on the financials and ignore the human and the relationship element of every aspect of your business, you're going to make the wrong decision, no question. And I think every time I've tried to make a purely financial decision, it hasn't gone the way I expected. The moment I thought from my head and my heart, it always went, maybe we stumbled along at the beginning, maybe we made a mistake, but over a 5-10 year period, it always ended up being the right decision. So what I would say is, you've got to balance your decision making, you've got to balance your thought process, you've got to balance the EQ and the IQ. Otherwise, you're not making long-term decisions, which I think is fundamental to build a good business.
Raghav, I know you don't get to your position at Goldman Sachs by just hanging around. I know those are strong up or out cultures. You have a culture that even departners people. It's a tough, you got to be at the top of your game every moment in this industry. Talk to us a bit about what you've learned, the mistakes you've learned from.
Look, I mean, there's kind of day-to-day mistakes and there's kind of bigger picture mistakes. I think if I think about this from where did I have a choice or a decision to make, and I made the decision which I later regretted, let's put it in the bucket of that. I mean, the biggest, we all like to plan things and say, okay, look, in 2 years I want to do this, in 3 years I'm going to do that, in 5 years I'm going to do that. And my original goal was to be in financial services for 3 years, and 30 years later I'm still in financial services. So I guess that was the first mistake I made, to have a goal which is 3 years, which was only 3 years. And then I decided to move out to Asia. And in 1995, when I first moved to Singapore, Asia was booming, things were great, everything was looking good. And then the first financial crisis, 97 financial crisis hits, and suddenly from being the hottest place in the world to be, it became the worst place in the world to be. Again, worked through that. Then I shifted my focus from being a kind of Asia-focused banker to being a TMT-focused banker, technology, media, and telecom. And then, for 98, 99, 2000 were great, and then there was the dot-com crash. So for a while, in 2001, 2002, I felt pretty lonely. Again, worked through that. For the next couple of years, things came back, things were good, and everything was going right for the financial services industry. And then we got 2007, 2008. So you kind of lurched from, looking back from 2008, and pretty much every major financial institution in the United States, at least, was almost bankrupt. In 2009, I was kind of sitting back and thinking about it. And I'm like, my entire career so far seems to be one crisis to another crisis to another crisis. But what it did tell me, though, is, the fact that I'd worked through the first one and the second one and the third one, there was some resilience in there. And resilience is another word that I associate with, developing leadership. Every time you stumble, you get up, you kind of dust yourself off, and you can keep going. So, and the last 10, 15 years have had their own share of crises, and frankly, when you get confronted with something, you look at it, you take stock and make decisions based on what you know, and try and make the best decisions with it.
Tarun, you've beaten the third generation curse, and you are still standing. Successful, and Triveni Engineering is bigger and better than it ever has been before. Talk to us a bit about mistakes you might have avoided or lessons you've learned along the way.
So, interesting question, Vivek. I think my own experience as an entrepreneur has had a mixed bag of mistakes and successes. When I reflect on the mistakes, I can actually name examples. When I returned from my MBA in the United States, I set up a rural retail business. It was probably 15 years ahead of its time. So it wasn't a bad idea. In fact, it was a very good idea. It was just that it was challenging to execute that business. A few years after that, I started a film production company. Goodness, yeah. 15 years ahead of Netflix. but you know, having a few failures actually and working through that is essential to becoming an entrepreneur. I hold my firm's more recent successes, entering into the ethanol business a decade ago, really supporting rural infrastructure, the rural economy, looking at the national energy crisis from a different perspective as a great success. More recently, I've had forays into supporting the Indian Navy, etc. Again, picking up on important themes. So I think, you know, having that kind of resilience, I agree with what Raghav said. You know, you've got to work through some failures. And I think as an entrepreneur and as a leader, to have a few failures in your career makes you harder. It makes you more resilient. And it adds to the experience that's so very vital.
Thank you. Rahul, Namchi, you're part of an industry that has been consolidating, constantly under pressure. Clients are constantly screaming at you for better returns, lower beta, and yet, you know, driving you to, they'll always point out that the price of gold, you missed the price of gold and now the price of silver. So with that in mind, talk to us a bit about what you've learned. And by the way, you are among this group the most senior of us.
I'd say senior by age. We've got three, and including you, four great people on the platform there. So a couple of things I'll share with you. One is on people. Leaders that get emotionally attached to the decision on people, whether you are having them in your team or you've hired them, not the best thing to do. And I can tell you this by example. I hired somebody for a particular role, senior person, and it didn't work out. Except as a leader at that point in time, I just gave the person more time than he needed, and that was not the right decision to make. I stopped listening to what people around me were saying about that individual. So you got to really sort of put emotion aside. And I always say this to everyone right now, when you enter the door, check your emotion outside, because otherwise it starts to really influence everything that you do. So that was one. The second is that in banking, I inherited a client situation, and without getting into the detail, I looked at it and I said, okay, great. I will go with what my banker is telling me. And shortly thereafter, this could have resulted in a significant loss of in excess of $300 million for the bank. And thank God that we didn't go through that. But what I learned through there is really trust your team, trust your people, but verify yourself. Don't leave it to just what you see and you say, okay, go with it. I'm happy with it. You need to get into the weeds and you need to get into detail to spare yourself an issue down the road. And I'll say as a leader, the type of decisions that we will make in the gray zone, it's not always black and white. There are many decisions that we need to make in the gray zone, and hopefully we make more right decisions than we do, which is not good decisions, so to speak.
Well, thank you. I'm going to turn it over to the audience. We have time. I have a few more questions, but before we do that, if the audience, any people in the audience have questions for individuals.
Hello.
Harpal has a question here. Can you get a mic? Okay, fine.
Yeah, Vivek Bami from class of 1971, so I think I can pull seniority on all these guys.
Yeah.
To me, I think I was very glad to hear some of you talk about EQ in decision making and leadership. But to me, one very clear indication of good leadership is humility. And I would like you to comment on that as well. And secondly, linked to that actually is the whole idea of mental health. The WHO now says that the number one health challenge in the world is no longer lifestyle diseases, but rather mental health affecting every age group. So I want to know, you as corporate leaders, what do you plan to do, or how do you actually go about trying to tackle the mental health challenges of your employees and, of course, yourself? Thank you.
Terrific question. Who'd like to take
Maybe I'll take that up. I'll try to answer your question, sir. I think humility is fundamental. And that comes with, again, to me, building the right culture in your organization. And there's some events in your life that teach you humility like no other. And in our business, COVID was an existential crisis for us. For the travel and hospitality industry, it was, we thought we were done, right? Over a period of 3 months, we had to close down 5,000 hotels. Find an alternate and livelihood for 250,000 people, probably 80% of who live paycheck to paycheck and would see their family literally out on the streets if they didn't have a job. That and trying to find a solution for that teaches you humility. You know, we as business leaders kind of fly around all over the world and make, fairly big financial decisions and strategic decisions, but try to make decisions that impact the day-to-day existence of people that are literally relying on you for your livelihood makes you very, very humble. And whilst you're trying to balance, the stakeholders as a public company, your share price, your P&L, your balance sheet, all of that together with having that approach of being a good human being, being a good leader and trying to manage your people, if you can combine and the ability to combine all of that over a very, very difficult period, I think taught us a lot of humility. And that relates into mental well-being, because the well-being of a lot of our teams, people were stressed when you don't know where your next meal is coming from, and we were there with a lot of our teams. We operate in 150 countries and a lot of emerging markets where people, like I said, are living paycheck to paycheck. Mental health was a huge issue. So getting into counseling, getting to support, getting people to actually come in and talk about, we had closed down our hotels but made them into community centers where people were coming in just to talk about their issues. We set up a $100 million fund just to focus on well-being of people. So those kind of episodes, those kind of periods in your life, I think they teach you to be humble and think about a lot of what you do outside of your business day to day.
Can I just jump into what he said, Vivek? Just to add on the mental health, and I really like the question. A lot of organizations are really doing lip service and providing lip service to the issue. I think what we really need to do is to be able to first create a safe environment where people can talk about issues that they're facing. I remember earlier in the career, and I started my career in India, you didn't even think, or you didn't even warrant, or you didn't even know what you were going through and whether you could surface that. And people would literally turn around and say, is the guy bonkers? Is he mad? Has he gone cuckoo or whatever? But so the first is you need to be able to create that safe environment, to be able to come up. The second, the organization needs to be able to build and create the right tools that are available to the individual, where the individual should not fear a backlash, should not fear that he or she is going to lose their job. I think the organizations that do that well are the ones that will be better hirers and will attract more and better talent.
Thank you. Why don't we actually go to the next question? Although I'm very happy you asked that question, because mental health is severely overlooked. Even today, it impacts many more people than we want to believe. I know, Harpal, you had a question. You want
It's great hearing the answers to those terrific questions. Can I request that if all of you were to leave the next 2 decades aside and think about futures in your respective domains 20 years hence, give us some insights on where you think the world will be 20 years from now and not the immediate.
I'm happy to sort of kickstart things. I work with 350,000 farmers a day. The average age of the farmers that I work with is about 60. Nobody in the younger generation wants to get into actually a very remunerative activity. And so the landscape, as far as rural India is concerned, which I know quite a lot about, is going to be completely different. The opportunities that exist, the reformation that has to take place, and is taking place very slowly and steadily, it will take a period of 20 years, but we're going to see an enormous change despite and in spite of the laws of the land. So I foresee a huge amount of actual investment happening to where 70% of our population resides. New opportunities, new industries, new service areas. And for me, that is a huge, I mean, that's enormous opportunity. It's very, very exciting. So let other people add to that.
So, Harpal, we sit and talk about this sort of stuff every day, right? At the end of every year, most financial services firms will put out a kind of forecast of what we think is going to happen in the next year and then what we think is going to happen in the next 20 years. But just coming back to our industry, look, this is an industry that if you think at its simplest form, what does it do? It empowers other industries to actually do what they need to do. Whether it's, as Mr. Kant put it or as Tarun put it, whether it's, empowering farmers to go do what farmers do. The basic tenets of what the financial service industry has done, in 2008, when I was going through my kind of, do I really want to do this for the rest of my life moment, I was asking myself, is the financial services industry going to survive or is it going to get taken over by governments and all that sort of stuff, right? But the basic tenets of what we do has happened since the beginning of human beings, right? The intermediation between one person and the other person, making sure that, if capital is in one place, it goes to the place where it's actually needed. A lot of that is not going to change because that need isn't going to change. But what's going to change is how it takes place. In the last 20 or 30 years, I remember the time in the 1990s when the public sector banks, there used to be strikes because they didn't want to do computerization, right? From that generation, we moved to bank account getting opened very, very quickly on your mobile phone. Similarly, internationally, from there being 18 different currencies in the European Union, there became one currency in the European Union. Capital flow that accelerated capital, a whole amount of capital flow. So we'll still see, and with AI, a lot of what we do is becoming the big debate in our industry right now is AI going to be good for our industry in terms of jobs or is it going to be bad for our industry? Again, all of these things, while they seem very, very big and very important, and they are, it doesn't change what is needed. It doesn't change what the industry does in the end. It changes how it does it, and it makes us more efficient. It makes capital flows simpler and cheaper. I mean, if you just come back to the 1990s analogy of computerization, right? Every bank teller thought they were going to be out of a job. Today, there are more people. There are more people working in banks in India than there were in 1990 because the entire industry grew. So while the basic function is not going to change, what's going to change is how it's done, and hopefully that's for the better.
We take one more question in the back there.
Yeah, hi Mallo. This is Jagu here from Vishal Sinha. So for those of you who don't know, Mallo and me were together in the same room in 1978. And, the Malhotras were well-fed boys, to put it mildly. And then they started working out. And they became role models for a lot of us. So these guys have been leading from a long time. And good to see you, Mallo, looking so fit. I just wanted to ask you how much of this fitness do you emphasize for leaders in their leadership roles across your organization?
I can't just more than emphasize the need for us to be fit. All of us travel a lot, we meet people, we're on the road, we're working around the clock. If you're not fit, it's going to be really, really difficult for you to do it. I turned 60 this year. I believe I'm fitter now than I was when I was 50, definitely fitter when I was 30. So you need to be literally out there keeping yourself in the best condition. And the good news is that you have so much that you have access to in terms of development that is happening in science. So thank you for that comment, but you need to be super, super fit to be able to do these roles and then hopefully lead a good, healthy life.
We're going to take one more question.
Can I?
Go ahead.
Thank you, gentlemen. I suppose Harpal and I, being the 65 batch, are the senior statesmen, so to say, and we still have our faculties, at least we think so. Harpal and I think 20 years from now we may be dead, Harpal, so it shouldn't matter. But what do you think would be the role of, from Sachs and Julius Baer, role of cryptocurrencies, and how would transactions take place? Besides, we all know there'll be electronic, and I have an investment company. We're small kids like you guys. We only have about 15 billion in assets. But how do you think it transpires with exchanges and currencies?
I think, Raghav, that's directed to you and to Rahul.
Okay, let me take a stab and then let Raghav respond. So, when we are often asked, what will the world look like 20 years from now? Take a guess. Anyone's guess. I don't know, we don't know. But what's important is what we will do now and what we will do over the course of the next 5, 10, 15 years is going to shape what's going to be really 20 years in and from now. So as much as it's important for us leaders to really have a 20-year vision, you've got to really break that up in sort of multiples of 5, 10, and then sort of track to that. To answer your specific question, firstly, this industry, and speaking to the banking industry, it's very clunky. It's not the great experience that you would want to have if you would like to be able to deal and work with the bank. Have we made progress? Yes, we made significant progress. But looking forward, it needs to be a lot more seamless. I think AI, which is just at its extreme infancy, is going to definitely play a role in getting there. I'll keep it brief, but what I will say definitely about digital assets, crypto, you should have, and this is not Julius Baer speaking, this is me, Rahul, speaking, between 1% to 2% of your investable assets in crypto. You figure out what really works for you, but I would highly recommend that. But again, keep in mind, 1% to 2%, don't come after me. Hopefully 20 years from now, like you said, you may be dead and gone, but keep a small portion in that. It's good to be able to take some exposure.
So I have a Bitcoin model, and according to my Bitcoin model, in 2028, Bitcoin should hit $326,000. Does that answer your question? How many Bitcoin do I own? 0. Again, it's all a function. Till last year, any of us regulated financial institutions could not actually deal in Bitcoin. Now we're all, there's a post, kind of Trump's embrace of everything crypto. There's a little bit further. Everybody's gone a bit further. You've got some ETFs, you've got stuff like that that's coming up. The second biggest economy in the world, China, bans Bitcoin. Gradually, there's more of an acceptance to all of this stuff. Is this, I don't understand. I'm a skeptic, by the way. I've always been a bit of a skeptic. It's the underlying technology is fundamentally very, very, very good and very good, and has lots of uses. But what you do, other than Bitcoin, all the other stuff, I just don't know what's going to drive it. I've inputted a couple of things, said, okay, fine. On a good case scenario, it should be 600,000. On a bad case scenario, it should be 326. On a bad case scenario, you get a couple more frauds, it'll go back down to something else. So whenever there's an asset class that looks at it like that, I just don't know whether I would recommend that I buy it myself, and therefore I don't know whether other people should buy it.
So I'm going to come back. Ask me. Well, I think we're sort of getting to time here. I have a one-line view of this. If you believe the world wants a parallel system at a high level, and you believe the world will entrust blockchain, and it is more trustworthy than your average central bank, and what it does with and how it assigns ownership and digital rights, then I think you can assume that Bitcoin will in fact continue to have demand. Not just Bitcoin, Ethereum, there's a whole slew of them, simply because there's an aching demand for an alternative. Now, this is not an argument on fundamentals. There's no intrinsic value behind stored value, but it's an argument. This is not like a commodity, but it's a stored value mechanism that is finding greater favor with people who are falling out of love with the dollar, falling out of love with commodities that are cyclical, and falling out, yeah, absolutely. But with that, I'm going to, yeah. If you believe that, then the parallel economies will be much larger than it is today. Yeah, that's the point. So I'm going to, I know we're coming at time. I'm going to do a rapid fire set of, just a question for each of you. Anything that you learned, anything from your time at Doon, just 30 seconds each, that you took from, that has been instrumental in shaping your leadership style, or things you've had to unlearn?
Ability to adapt, ability to survive. For me, that was the big learning in school. When you're out there, left alone as a 12-year-old, you better learn how to survive.
H-House was tough.
H-House was tough, man.
I can attest to that.
It was a bed of roses compared to Jeffrey House,
we've got all the
I can
guys
assure you.
here. I see Pop sit here, Alag here, lots of people here. We had to survive. Cuckoo.
So, I'd say a sense of community and embracing that community, not just at school, but a lot more after school. One thing I would like to point out over here is in the audience, we have 4 decades of leadership of the DSOBS. And that just sort of signifies how important community is, especially to us DOSCOs.
I just say, add on to Gaurav's point, the ability to duck, dive, survive, get on with people. Very few people know this, but Goldman Sachs in its history has had something like 1,500 partners. 1% of the partners of Goldman Sachs are ex-DOSCOs. Were in the history of Goldman. Who would say, whenever somebody asks me, kind of, what is this Doon School thing? I say there's a tiny little school. How many ex-DOSCOs now? There's 6,000 ex-DOSCOs. There was a time in Asia, out of the top 5 investment banks, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, Merrill Lynch, and Credit Suisse. I'm not sure they were top 5, but let's put them in there. 4 were run by ex-DOSCOs, all at the same time. The impact that we have on the world, even in the financial services industry, is kind of disproportionately high.
That's scary. That's very scary, Raghav. I'm concerned.
By the way, that was literally 2 years before the global financial crisis. So somebody will blame. There's some causation there too. But again, look, just the whole. You get it, you go in as young people, very young kids. Yeah. You've got people senior to you, then you grow a little older, and you've got people junior to you, learning how to get on with those people, learning how to negotiate, doing the exchanges of cutlets for eggs, and learning commerce from Sattu and all that sort of stuff. All that is added, that was learning which clearly had an impact.
Thank you. Rahul?
So let me give you the good and the bad. So the good, resilience. And I think we've often sort of used this word in this forum in today. But school teaches you that. You get beaten up, you stand up, you get sort of pushed to the end, you get back in on your feet. So resilience, I think to me, Dune has taught me that. The band, even now, when I go out to a restaurant with family, I will always gravitate to the buffet, which has got the crappiest food. But because there's so much of it available, I will always go for that. So that unfortunate habit yet remains.
And there you have it. Mental health, food as a coping mechanism has not left anyone from school. Thank you, everyone. And I apologize, we've gone a few minutes over time, but thank you, Chut Dallas, Pumpkin, Malia, and Nomchi. It's been a real masterclass in just reflections on your journeys and lessons in leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Vivek.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. We have a small token of appreciation for you also, if you could just stay on stage. Yeah. And we'll also take a photograph.
Well done.
For nearly 9 decades, the Doon School has stood at the forefront of public school education in India, nurturing all-rounded leaders who have shaped our nation and the world. Today, we find ourselves at a remarkable cusp, where technology is transforming how we learn, where critical thinking has become the paramount skill, and the very definition of educational success is being reimagined. As we navigate between preserving timeless values and embracing revolutionary pedagogies, the question isn't whether education is changing, but how we can shape that change to serve humanity's highest aspiration. Our moderator for this evening, for this panel, is Mr. Uday Pratap Singh, 533 Jaipur House, batch of 2007. He's a seasoned television journalist who currently serves as senior editor of NewsX, anchoring primetime debates, bulletins, and programs. After his time at Chandbagh, he went to Hindu College briefly before graduating from the University of St. Andrews in Scotland. His expertise, covering multiple general elections, makes him the perfect moderator to navigate the complex terrain of educational discussions we're going to have today. We're excited to have such a skilled debate moderator guide this crucial conversation. Allow me to also introduce our panelists for today. The first is Mr. Arun Kapoor. He is a St. Stephen's College graduate who spent over a decade as a master and housemaster at the Doon School before founding Vasant Valley School in New Delhi in 1990, nurturing it into India's leading co-educational school today. Since 2008, he has served as director of the Druk Gyalpo's Institute in Bhutan, a visionary educational project of His Majesty, the King of Bhutan. He is also founder and chairman of Ritinjali, an NGO for community development amongst marginalized communities in India. He was awarded the Druk Thukse Award, the Royal Order of Bhutan, in 2019, and in December 2024, he was awarded the Red Scarf and Patang by the King of Bhutan for his contribution towards education. His journey from Doon School master to an educational innovator embodies the evolution of learning across generations. Our second panelist for today is Ms. Vasvi Bharatram, who is joint vice chairperson of the Sri Ram Schools and a pioneering force in Indian education. With education from London College of Fashion and executive education from the Harvard Business School, she spearheaded the acclaimed IB program in 2005. As immediate past president of the FICCI Ladies Organization, FLO, and a champion of women's empowerment in education, she represents the transformative power of women's leadership in creating learning environments that nurture both academic excellence and social responsibility. Mr. Nishad Das, who is joining us virtually today, he's 950 Hyderabad House, batch of 1982. He serves as Dean of Globalism and Experiential Learning at Groton School, Massachusetts, USA, where he leads global education initiatives and has organized exchanges across 5 continents. Having worked at leading boarding schools across the US and the UK, he brings a unique international perspective to educational transformation. On a personal note, he was also my exchange coordinator when I went there. His mentorship exemplifies how great educators shape lives across continents and decades. He will be joining us virtually today. Mr. Harpal Singh, our fourth panelist, 322 Hyderabad House, batch of 1965, has served as president of the DSOBS from 1992 to 1994. He is a graduate of St. Stephen's College and California State University. He began his career in the Tata Administrative Services and rose to lead major companies including Fortis Healthcare and SRL Diagnostics. For over 30 years, he has been deeply engaged in school education at the board level, serving institutions such as our school and the Sri Ram schools. As founder chairman of the Nanni Jan Foundation and former vice chair of Save the Children International, he has championed causes ranging from disadvantaged children's welfare to public health and environmental sustainability, exemplifying the DOSCO commitment to the aristocracy of service. May I please request all our panelists and our moderator to come on stage.
Hello.
I'm 15 years now.
Hello and welcome, and thank you to those who are still with us from the first panel, and welcome to those of you joining us for this next panel at the DOSCO Summit 2025. The panels have been structured very, very interestingly and well, of course, focusing on leadership and service. But what do we go to school for at the end of the day? It is for an education. And that's going to be the focus of our next panel, a very, very representative panel. In fact, the most representative panel of the day, if I can say. We have, of course, a woman on it. So loud round of applause for her. And we also have someone who didn't study at the Doon School, but of course taught there as well. We also have a guest joining us internationally. He's woken up pretty early. It would have been PT time at the Doon School, but I don't know if there's PT at the Groton School in Massachusetts where you are, Nishad. You can tell us when we come to you. And of course, we have Harpal Singh ji. So let me begin with you first, Arun Kapoor, and let's just start out by setting the tone and tenor for this panel. How do you believe education has changed, imparting of it over the years, and where do you see things headed?
Oh, thank you. First of all, thank you for inviting me to be here. When you say that how things are going to change, but things, we must understand, things have never stopped changing. We are on an evolutionary path since human beings came on to the planet. So change is inevitable. That's the only constant, as everybody says. How things will change will depend a lot on who we are talking about. That's the whole aspect, because there's no consistency apart from the fact that things will change. Things will change first, will change later. What do you want change? Who are you talking about? If you talk to people in this room who are looking at, and as was said, we saw in the last panel, leadership in so many ways, actually people in this room can make sure that the change that is going to happen happens across the world in a way. So how do you make the change? I think is a much more important question, that is there going to be change? And what will change? Things will change differently for different people at different points of time. The idea that everybody has talked about how technology is going to be embedded in everything that we do, the fact that we got Nishad from here, this is now not anything to think about. How's it going to go? How's robotics coming into it or not coming in? I think what will make a big, huge difference is how much technology we can keep out after the lives of young children growing up. That's going to be the challenge because it's in there and very difficult to kind of disentangle with that. That's the change that I'm worried about, of not being able to deal with. How do we make sure that technology just doesn't come and take us into the young kids? After that, they will deal with it.
Okay. Nishad, let me come to you on that now, because we've dealt with the first part of the topic, that is, of course, changing phases. Arun Kapoor has weighed in on that. The second part of the topic is actually on values of education. So what, according to you, defines the values of education, and in what way should values guide the way education is imparted in our schools globally?
Okay, thank you, Ade, so much for moderating this session, and thank you to Junaid for inviting me to this wonderful panel with some very distinguished guests and fellow panelists. Wonderful to finally see you. We've been doing it sort of online. And I just want to let the audience know that I can't see you, but I look forward to you guys making a lot of noise. So let's start with trying to define what do we mean by values in an educational system. And when I think of any educational system and its values, I think of the Doon School, because that's where my formative years happened. And when I think of the main school and I think of our teachers, I think of the value of scholarship. When I think of a cricket match being played on the main field and inter-house sports, I think of the value of character, which can be an umbrella for many other values. When I think of the way we at Doon literally ran everything from the tuck shop, the audiovisual society, the Stagecom, the bank, something I actually haven't seen in any other school, the way it was done at Doon, I think of the value of sort of leadership and service. You know, when I think of the hospital, I think, of course, of health and safety. When I think of my fellow DOSCOs who came from different parts of India, different ethnicities, different religions, I think of the value of diversity. When I think of being hauled into the headmaster's office, actually I was never hauled into the headmaster's office. I escaped getting any YCs. In other words, as DOSCOs would say, I never got caught. But I definitely got hauled into my housemaster's office. And I think of the way the headmaster, our housemaster, and our teachers delivered this sort of ethical and moral education. That's a very important value. And then finally, if you think about this summit, some 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years after we've sort of left Doon, and we're all here together as DOSCOs, I think of a very, very important value of community. And I'll just say sort of three quick things about this. And that is, the first thing is, for any institution, every program that you have should be aligned with your value system. The second thing I would say is that any new building, any new program that you hope to add to the school, they should not only be aligned with your values, but they should hopefully augment some of them. And then finally, you know, we talk about changing values, but I would say values are more sort of timeless for the most part, but they do evolve with each generation. So I would say that every 5 years, every 10 years, whether it's part of your strategic plan or your 5-year plan, have a look at these values and review them, because, you know, things do change and our priorities change as we move forward in time. So I'll stop there. Thanks.
Okay. I'll come back to you, but Vasfi, let me quickly rope you in here now to talk a bit about EQ. And by EQ, I don't mean entertainment quotient. We DOSCOs would know how to get our NT, as would be called, but emotional quotient. How do you impart EI along with AI, that is emotional intelligence as well, to students? Why don't you begin by talking a bit about that?
Thank you, Uday, and thank you, Junaid and Akash, for inviting me here today. When I saw the invite and I was the only woman amongst a sea of blue and black men, I was a little taken aback, but it brought me back to my school days, where in a big group of DOSCOs, I was always the only girl. So I'm actually very comfortable doing this. And also with stalwarts like Mr. Harpal Singh and Sir, I've always called him Sir, from the He was the very first person I met when we went to drop my brother to Doon. He was the housemaster, and I have the greatest respect for both of them. So it's a huge honor to be here today. Everything is always changing. And COVID has taught us that, there was a question on mental health and resilience earlier. And whilst it was always been in the background, the importance of it, COVID actually threw this up very, very strongly, where I think we all know people who went through difficult times at that time, and all of us who were running schools and colleges realized how many people, students, teachers, families, were all going through some kind of difficulty or the other. The world is going to change. Our children are going to grow up in a world where AI is disruptive, there's climate change, and jobs as we know it are not going to exist. So what can we do about it? We can't future-proof them, but we can future-prepare them. And there are many, many things that we can do that, and I think all good education institutions are already doing it. The first thing is changing mindset. They don't need to learn a skill set anymore. They need to change mindset. They don't need to know what to learn. They just need to know how to learn, because the content is rapidly evolving at the speed of light. And all we need to do is to train them to be able to access what they need and work with what they need. We need to move from rote to actual relevance, to be able to actually apply whatever there is available to them. They need to build their own resilience. And I think boarding schools do that way better than day schools. Children are sent in there at 11 and 12. They have to deal with their peers of all age groups. They have no parents to fall back on. They learn to manage. And I think children in boarding schools are actually better prepared for this. And resilience is really the most important literacy these days. They need to be lifelong learners. So whatever curveball is thrown at them, they are not taken aback. They need to take onus of their own well-being. Nobody is going to come and help you with those things. So there are many, many, many things. Counseling is okay. To know that if you need help, it's okay. It's okay to remove the stigma around these things. And I think more we speak about it in our education institutions, the more we normalize these things, the stronger people's EQ will become.
Okay. Harpal Singh ji, let me rope you in here next to just talk about traditions. Now, traditions are very, very important for legacy schools like the Doon School and many others in India and, of course, around the world. As we look forward to the future as well, and I know it's just the start of the panel, but look forward a bit for us as well. How do we continue to make sure that these traditions stay relevant and embrace modernity, or perhaps reinvent themselves as well for the evolving and changing times?
Yeah, well, important question. I think for the young of the future and us educationists who in some ways impact their growing years, this question of combining tradition with modernity is actually a crucial idea for the kind of legacy that we all want to generate. There are a couple of aspects to this. We know that the world is going to change dramatically over the next 20 years. If you ask the experts, particularly on AI, most of them will say that the change is going to be incredible. But if you ask them what is actually likely to be the future, which I asked some of our panelists a little earlier, not too many can define actually what that future will be. Interestingly, 20 years from now, it's every bit likelihood, if you allow yourself to dream a little, which I think we should encourage our children to dream much more than get consumed by the devices that control them these days. If you dream a little bit more, every likelihood that a forum like this, 20 years hence, will have two of us will be all biology like us Homo sapiens. One of us will be half machine and half biology, and the last one will be all machine. There will be a substantive difference in the competencies of the panel that will sit here 20 years hence. So the question is, how does the Homo sapien, how do our young actually cope to become part of that future? And therefore, the distinguishing feature has to be that Homo sapiens, people like us must ensure that the values and the competencies that we have are the ones that we imbibe and, in fact, nurture in the future. This will become vital because on the other competencies, like, let's say, the quantum of information, the ability to process at speed, those competencies, these other beings, so to speak, will completely demolish us. So the question to ask ourselves is, what will be those unique qualities that, actually speaking, will allow us to maintain legacy and tradition? And those are the human qualities of feeling. Machines don't feel. They actually just assess. They can analyze. They can deduce, but they don't have inductive abilities. They don't have the ability to dream. They don't have creative power. Those are the kinds of qualities that we should be making sure that the educational systems of the future imbibe. And I want to actually emphasize, there's a wonderful ancient dictum of knowledge in India, and it goes, Vidya dadati vivinayam. In essence, it means this: the objective of education must necessarily be that it creates knowledge.
Yes.
Knowledge must necessarily make you humble. We heard that some time back. Humility actually builds character, and it is character that builds prosperity. And I think those are the kinds of things that we should be encouraging our young, our educators to develop these skills. For instance, this question of mental health. Mental health is an issue of feeling. We want our young to feel good, right? Machines are not going to feel. Our young will feel as they address the future. So it's vitally important that this traditional idea of knowledge leading to humility, humility leading to character, and character causing the prosperity that you desire. I think those are some of the things that we'll have to do as we combine tradition with modernity.
Absolutely. And as we look, to the future, something that is now going to be a constant, Nishad, and I'll rope you in on that. Already Vasfi is weighed in on EI, but let's just talk a bit about AI as well. What do you believe is going to be the role of AI in education? And how can a core and strong value set help determine the role of AI as well? Also, if you look over the years at how education has changed, do you believe also some of the values in imparting education have also eroded or stayed constant? And if they have, how do we mitigate that?
So yeah, that was a really passionate response from Harpal. Thank you. A lot to unpack there, but let's just sort of concentrate on AI. And what's the role of AI in education? So let me just start with sort of two quick stories. The first one is from, you may have heard of the study from MIT where there's some 54 subjects of people from age 18 to 39, and their job was to train them to be able to write good SAT essays. And there were three groups. The first group was not allowed to use any technology at all. The second group was allowed to use Google search, and the third group was allowed to use ChatGPT and AI. So what they found in a nutshell at the end of the study was that the AI group had the lowest brain engagement. And so the sort of headlines out of that particular study was that children lose their creativity if they use ChatGPT, which I didn't agree with, but I'll talk about it in a little more detail. There's another program I saw on the BBC called AI Decoded, where there are a whole lot of teachers in the UK who were very unhappy with this Gemini homework app that was apparently making students do their homework for them. And they were kind of up in arms and felt like that particular app needed to be banned. And, this is, when you have studies like this, I think it's really important that we interpret the data really carefully. And also, we have to be careful about how do we create a school-wide policy for AI, because it is going to affect us in a big way. And we have to really think about how we can use this incredible tool, right? So this is when I mentioned the value of scholarship, this is when we look at scholarship. And what should scholarship be about? Scholarship should be about deep learning. And what do we understand by deep learning? Deep learning means a lot of friction. It means a lot of hard work. It means a lot of rigor. I often say to my students, you need a lot of time to struggle before you can really solve a difficult problem. So struggle, friction, these are all part of deep learning. Now think about ChatGPT and think about AI. Okay, that's resistance, right? That's frictionless, no resistance at all. So therefore, in terms of AI or ChatGPT doesn't need to be part of our deep learning process. So we kind of have to flip the script a little bit, where we say, okay, let's do the learning, right, for homework. After all, ChatGPT, you can ask it questions, it can create problems for you, you can practice it. Let's do the learning for homework, where you flip the classroom, and then we come to classroom and no technology is allowed. And that's where you do your deep thinking. Right, so it's a matter of making sure that you preserve your values, in this case, as scholarship, and make sure that we don't ignore the deep learning part of it. And as long as we provide some kind of facility for the deep learning, I think we should be fine.
Yes.
So that's the first one. Do you still want me to go on about the ethics, or do you want me to come back to that
briefly.
later?
I'll give you about 30, 45 seconds more, and then I'll interject. Yes.
Okay, yeah, the ethics is a very. I actually have a longer story for that, but let me say what I can. So here's the way I think this is a really important one in terms of values being eroded, right? Now, if you think of the right-wing activist Charlie Kirk, who was very recently assassinated, and the governor of Utah actually said in his comments that literally all the recent assassinations and all the recent killings that happened in America have their roots in social media. And basically, it's the evil algorithms that have radicalized these people. And they're not wrong about that. If you only have to read Sarah Wynne Williams' book, Careless People, where she's a sort of executive in Facebook and knows Mark Zuckerberg really well and sees the way he works. And she makes it very clear that Zuckerberg gives a damn about ethics and morals. All he cares about is his bottom line. And that is the case for a lot of tech people because they have to make money. Otherwise, they can't survive. So Mark Zuckerberg was a boarding school student. He's from Exeter Academy. And then you have to ask yourself, so then was Zuckerberg asleep when Exeter Academy was delivering their moral and ethical education? Or is it that the moral and ethical education has eroded in Exeter? And I suspect it's a little bit of the latter, because you think about our schools, they have their roots in the English public school system, right? And it was people like Arnold who would preach muscular Christianity from the pulpit. And that was sort of Bible lessons that would provide this moral.
You made a couple of interesting points there, and of course, given some food for thought for the audience as well, because I will come to the audience in a few minutes. But, Arun Kapoor, let me take that to you. Vasfi Bharatram already in her opening comment spoke about why she feels a boarding school education is much more valuable than, say, a day school one. What is your opinion on this? Why?
I didn't say that.
Oh, okay.
I said there are many things that they do a lot better.
Okay. Many things they do a lot better. Why and how do you believe a boarding school education continues to stay relevant and will continue to in the changing, country that we live in?
Well,
and the more globalized schools as well that we are seeing.
So responding to what she just clarified, there is no one size fits all. We have in the Doon School many examples of two brothers. One hated it, one loved it, right? So they come from the same home, they have everything. So this whole aspect that a boarding school is the sure-shot cure for everything is not true. There are many boarding schools. If you are saying boarding schools like Doon School, then let's have a different conversation. But if you're using the word boarding school to go across to non-Doon School boarding schools, there are a lot to be desired there. Some of them are hellholes, some of them are money-making machines. So let's first differentiate in that generic conversation. I think I spent 13 years in the Doon School as a master. All of you have spent it as a student. So there are two perspectives to it. I think I learned a lot from my students, from my peers, from my seniors, from Nishad's father, Gulab, Eric Simeon, Guru. I mean, what happens in a boarding school, I think, as we get students from different parts of the country, we also get masters from different parts of the country, which does not happen in a day school. So even the teachers are localized as far as possible. So it's in a boarding school like the Doon School that you could have people like Guru, you had Charlie, Sheil Voraz, Of the World, who then made the school, right? So that's the big difference, I think, that happens in a properly designed, properly staffed faculty school, because those are the things that make the school. So that's the ability to attract teachers and faculty from different parts of the world, I think, is the huge advantage that a boarding school has over a day school. And then the whole collection of students from all over the place. So these two diverse populations, is what makes the school. This interaction between the adult and the child in the equation is what makes a Doon School or any school or boarding school of character still relevant, still required. And I think going out into the future, that's going to make the difference. The kind of faculty that you attract and the kind of students that you attract. If keeping this in mind, can I just go a little bit to the AI aspect? Because I think that's something that I've spent a fair amount of time thinking about and talking about. So this term AI, which everybody refers to as artificial intelligence, I think we need to re-understand, if there's such a word, what AI actually stands for. It's augmenting intelligence is what I have been talking about for over 10, 12 years. That when you moment you use the word artificial intelligence, then what you're doing is you're outsourcing your thinking to this technology. And then you're dumbing yourself down. On the other hand, you have to reverse this. Use the technology to augment your intelligence. It changes the game, right? Augmenting intelligence is here to stay. Intelligence is here to stay. As he said just now, in the next few years, panel might be bio, non-bio, robotic. But this ability to use technology to augment your intelligence, I think, is the flip. And it's places like the Doon School can actually do this. They have the wherewithal to deal with curriculum, to deal with the requirements of the future. And I think losing that opportunity would not be such a great thing for boarding schools going forward.
Okay. What about alumni bodies now and robust and strong alumni associations, Harpal Singh? How can they aid the education process and model for the better?
If you think about it, some of the most dramatic changes that happen globally in societies, there are always institutions of communities that get together.
Yes.
Right? As far as the Doon School is concerned, we had two primary objectives that were set by the founders. One was that we were going to build young men of character who would lead independent India. And the second one, which I think is equally important, if not at some measure, even more important, is that we would become an aristocracy of service. We will serve. And this entire current thinking, this is only one life, this is only one time that you live, this entire focus on me is absolutely, I think it's an obnoxious idea, frankly. What you should do, everybody, should certainly think about themselves, but a significant portion of life must be addressed to the other, whether it is your family, your alma mater, your country, or whatever way that you wish to look at it. That's what we should be doing. So societies like alma maters of schools and colleges and the like actually build the ethos of that institution. They nurture a group of people who come together for a short period of time. It's only 5 years, and we are here 60 years hence or 100 years hence, and yet many of us talk the same language. We have the same feelings. We sort of stretch out and reach out to others who are in trouble. That, actually speaking, is the real power of alma mater. And you can just see the way this particular one has evolved. Yes. Every single president of the Old Boys Society.
And it's great to see so many of them in the room today.
And there are many here. It's amazing how each one of them has contributed to making this an even more expansive, inspiring, and actually a very encouraging institution. That's the power of alma mater. And I hope that we continue to do that in the way that the Doon School Old Boys Society has done.
Absolutely. And it's a model for the rest of the country as well. Coming to you now, Vasvi Bharatram, on teaching methods as well. Do you believe they have evolved adequately over time? How can they continue to evolve for the better? And how do we make our students more adaptive for this globalized world? At the end of the day, how do we make sure our education is very practical as well for them, as they grow up and then impart into this big bad world?
But can I just add one
Please.
point to each other? So when you spoke about it, about 5 years ago, there was this big debate about teachers versus AI. But it is not that. It is teachers who use AI versus teachers who don't use AI. That is, the teachers who use AI, use the augmented intelligence, are the ones who are going to actually survive in this world. And when we were, so I don't know, I'm running the Sri Ram Schools, which is 36 years old, and we were going to build our alumni association, and the people we turned to were all DOSCOs. Mr. Lalit Nirula, my father-in-law, Mr. Arun Bharatram, and Bull Sard, the eternal DOSCO. We brought them in and we said, tell us how Doon School has done it, and how can we do it in such a way that we build the kind of community that you DOSCOs have. So I don't know any other school, and I know many of them, who have this kind of camaraderie and this kind of brotherhood. So really, it's quite amazing. Coming back to your question, the world is changing, children are changing, learning methods are changing, learning materials are changing. Teachers just have to keep up. So the differences more are that teachers have become facilitators. They are not chalk and talk and they are telling you what to do. The children many times know way more than the educators in the room now because they have so much information at hand. So teachers need to keep up. They need to be facilitators. The inquiry is very much more student-led now. Technology is, of course, it's a disruptor, but it's also a great enabler if it is used correctly. The world has become the classroom. A child sitting in a small village with Wi-Fi can access Khan Academy. They can access the best education from around the world if they have the desire to do so. So many, many things have changed, and I think a lot of it is good. What we do need to keep in mind is that the role of the teacher is never going to go. In fact, the role of the teacher is getting more and more important, as a guide, as a mentor, as someone that they can come and speak to, someone who can enable a supportive environment like we've spoken about. So whatever it is, however much it changes, the teacher is always at the center of it. I really do believe that.
Okay. Nishad, as far as now, because you're joining us from the United States today, you've seen the Indian system very closely, and now you're, of course, seeing the system in the United States of America. Where do you see things for Indian education vis-a-vis the US? Globally, how much have we changed, adapted, evolved in India vis-a-vis global standards? And how can we, in areas that we haven't as yet, become more globally competitive in this sector and field?
So yeah, that's it. Can you hear me? Yes.
Yeah,
so that's an interesting question, and I think both Arun and Vasvi actually answered the question by saying there is so much variety, and there's so much unevenness, should I say, in education, not just in India but around the world. So it's very difficult to compare a whole country to the rest of the world, or even to the US, because you'll find that because there's so much cross-pollination, because there's so much mobility of teachers moving around from country to country, you'll find that there are some schools in India who do things a lot better than some schools in the US. Similarly, within the school itself, you will find that there are teachers who do it better than others, right? So I feel like the world has flattened and we're all learning from one another. So, if there are gaps between, say, India and the rest of the world, quite often it's to do with the resources. And the other thing I would point out is that the Indian system is basically based on the British system, which is an exam-based system. And so that, in a sense, also is a bit of a constraint because in the US, we're not constrained by any examination system. Maybe that's why Mr. Arun Kapoor has the Bhutanese baccalaureate because he wanted to move away a little bit from the other systems. But where I think India can do better, or where I think schools like Doon can do better, is actually balance our curriculum. Leverage our Indian heritage so that it's not just Anglo-Saxon framework, but an Indian framework as well. You only have to read the NEP, the National Education Policy for India, which is really such an amazing document. It's one of the best education documents I've ever read. And so they're moving from 10+2 to 5+3+3+4. And I know those numbers don't add up because they've added some more years in pre-kindergarten. But the important thing is that they're talking about 4 years for high school. And that means we could actually do away with the 10 class examination. And that really gives you the opportunity to really leverage your Indian heritage, because right now most of our exam systems are leaning more towards sort of an Anglo-Saxon system. And just to give you an example of what I mean by that very, very quickly, is think about someone like, let's take a cricket analogy, right? Because I saw my friend Donnie Singh in the audience earlier. So let's take a cricketing analogy. Think of someone like Virat Kohli, right? He, in a presentation, can speak. He's incredibly articulate, and I would say more articulate than his peers from Australia, from England, who are actually English speaking, right? That's their first language. And then Kohli can do the exact same thing in Hindi without batting an eyelid. Same with Sunil Gavaskar. I love listening to Gavaskar sort of commentate, right? He is really to the point, and then he'll walk out of the English commentary box and walk straight into the Hindi commentary box and do exactly the same. So I feel that we really have the opportunity at places like Doon to create a Doon curriculum that gives our students a framework that is Eastern as well as Western. So we have that wonderful sort of balance, that other students wouldn't have access, other people in the world would not have access to.
That's an interesting point you've made. And I often hear that as well because I anchor programs for our English channel NewsX and also for our Hindi channel India News. And I often get this comment that you speak very good Hindi for a DOSCO. अब मुझे फिर उदाहरण देने पड़ते हैं कि और भी बहुत अनुभवी वक्ता हैं हमारे स्कूल से. I'm showing off some of my Hindi for those of you, including our closing speaker today, our chief guest. He perhaps will be speaking in English today, but he can speak as good Hindi as well. Any of you want to quickly take the NEP? Nishad brought up a very interesting point about the NEP, which is the biggest document these days for the education sector. Any of you would quickly want to weigh in on that before we open it up to audience? Yes, Harpal.
Yeah, I would say that in addition to whatever it is that we are wanting to do for young people, obviously we want to improve their competencies to address the future, which is a highly uncertain future. And there are qualities of adaptability, flexibility, resilience that we need to nurture. But might I suggest that one larger purpose that we should imbibe for ourselves is this. Whilst we will produce the smartest minds through the educational processes, let's not give up the idea, or actually let's promote the idea that we will also produce the wisest hearts.
Can I just come in on the NEP? Nishad said it's a great document. It is. So that's not the debate. How do you implement it? I mean, that's the whole idea of any document that you look at. So while the NEP is there, fantastic, many years ago, when I was on the board, I had started this whole aspect of the Doon School curriculum, right? That the Doon School should have its own curriculum and take from all over the world. And then And the curriculum goes way beyond just maths and history, and there's much more to it, the skills, the processes. And I think that a lot of work has happened on the Doon School curriculum, and the Doon School then has the ability to implement that curriculum and make changes as fast as you want them to.
Yes.
While the NEP was so many years in the making, it's fantastic. What do you take from it? Take from it to your Doon School curriculum, and then take your Doon School curriculum to other like-minded schools who would be very happy to imbibe from the Doon School curriculum, whether they're day schools or boarding schools. So that's what I wanted to add to the very valid point that she made.
That's what you've done in Bhutan, right?
Yeah.
You created your own curriculum over there, and I believe it's fantastic.
Amazing. Okay, let's open it up now. I will end with a rapid fire, but first let's get some audience questions. Please, let's get the mic around and begin our Q&A.
I just want to say about NEP, while it lays down what we should do, there is no guidance on the how.
Nothing.
There is just no guidance on the how. Because what it's saying makes complete sense, but where do we get the teachers? Where do we get the resources? And I'm not talking about us, I'm talking about Bharat.
Nishad is wanting to quickly come in there. This is becoming a bit of a TV debate. I apologize for that. But yes, with everyone coming
But
in.
that's why I
quickly,
feel
10
schools
seconds.
that's why I feel schools like Doon, who can interpret this in a way that's constructive, should take the lead. Exactly what Arun Kapoor said. We should take the lead in the name of the NEP, because there's so much amazing stuff in there that we can use for a Doon School curriculum.
Absolutely. Yes, please go ahead. Sumanjit Chaudhary.
Hello? Yeah, this is better. So everyone's talked a lot about change. And change is something that we see a lot around us in India. Doon School was originally modeled and founded on the concept of an English public school. And it is extraordinary how much it is still like it in so many ways today. When I went to study in England, the first thing I noticed was how incredibly similar, our Doon School is. Now, the question I have for the panel today is that India is becoming very Indian, and the leadership of this country is becoming very Indian. What is it that we can do in the Doon School going forward to stay more relevant to the society that is evolving around us today?
Nishad, why don't you take that? Because you made some point which was sort of talking briefly about that as well. Why don't you answer that?
Yeah, so I do think, again, I'll sort of harp on about the curriculum, but before saying something about the curriculum, I think that's a very, very important question. And I think there's a certain urgency in it as well. Because, we're talking about sort of relevancy of boarding schools, but I worry that boarding schools are struggling. Just look at the numbers. And I mean, look at a school like Doon. We're the best boarding school in the country. We have 1.2 billion people and we have fewer than 400 people applying. And I think that's a lot of reason for concern. And because parents from around India who don't know Doon, who don't know our sort of value system, they look at numbers and they look at data and they look at acceptance rates, they look at our results, they look at our college placements, and they ask themselves the question, so why should we send our child to Doon? When the numbers in the city schools, they kind of caught up, right? They're just as good. So that's why I think that's a very good question. For us to stay relevant, I do believe we have to offer something that other schools cannot offer. And that is where Sumanji spoke about the fact that we are modeled on the English public schools, and the Americans were also modeled on those English public schools. But that's why we had Sanskrit, right? We had 2 years of Sanskrit. But I'll just finish. But the difference is that in the West, they have Latin 1, Latin 2. That was based on Latin, right? Latin 1, Latin 2, Latin 3, Latin 4, AP Latin. They're translating text. In India, we stop after 1 or 2 years of Sanskrit. We don't go any further. We should be going to the Upanishads. We should be translating, you have a child who can be equally conversant with Sanskrit as they can with the Anglo-Saxon text. And suddenly the value added there is just incredible.
Okay. Great. Yes.
I have a question.
Please. First, why don't you introduce yourself, sir?
Closer.
You can introduce yourself and your background.
Yeah, well, I just want to say something about what I'm hearing, and I'm a 65 batch, so maybe an old fogey like Harpal. But I think we've forgotten the aristocracy of service. We've talked about ourselves, we've talked about our successes, we've talked about how good we are, we've talked about how great the school is, and we're still worried about what's going to happen in the future. I don't think we should worry. There's enough money here, and there's enough knowledge here to get back to aristocracy of service. Service, I mean selfless service.
Absolutely.
Like Harpal does. For the community, there's still 30% of India living below the poverty line. And we will not become a developed nation or better unless...
Do you have a question, or is that a point,
It's a
larger point?
Both. So, if we don't go through to the education of the villages, where people can get that AI to educate them and lift the standard of everyone.
Okay.
And let's start, if we can, by the school adopting a village. Can we adopt a village? Give me 1 second more.
I'll get a response. So I need to get as many people as possible, but I've got your moot point.
Yeah.
Who would like to address that? Any of the panel? If you would want to respond, please.
Happily.
And in fact, the next panel is on aristocracy of services. But anyways, I got your point. Yes.
So I think what the gentleman is talking about is, I thought it was unsaid. Because that's the core of what the Doon School does, right? In everything, we must remember that it is from the Doon School that the whole country, all the schools in the country, have got something called SUPW. It started in 1935 at the Doon School. It is when Rajiv Gandhi was the Prime Minister that he took that idea and put it into the curriculum of the whole school, or whole country. And yeah, that started from the Doon. So a lot of these things have come from there. And I think what got left unsaid so far in the corner, and I'm glad you pointed that out, is what makes a Doon School student, DOSCO, I'm not using the word, I think what a person who comes out of a school like the Doon School becomes a constructive, contributory citizen of a just and harmonious society. I think somewhere that is the main thing at the back. However good you speak English or play cricket, though it was said that the school was modeled on the English public school system, but who it was modeled for was very, very different, could not have been more different. It was modeled to create the future leaders
So that's
of
where
India.
modules like SUPW can come in, and also, of course, service projects, which also are there. In fact, a lot of the boys of the Doon School do the Duke of Edinburgh Award scheme, where it is compulsory to, of course, take up a service as well. I hope that answered yours, but you can continue this conversation after. Okay. Yes.
Yeah. Hi. Rakesh Kaushik from the batch of 79. To put my question to Vasfi, because you are outside the Doon School system. You know, the challenge of language, after listening to Mr. Amitabh Kant, you know, the insane kind of vision and challenge we have to develop India, I see both English as an enabler as well as a challenge in India. And having worked in corporations around the world where English was not the first language, and even in India, I found the best ideas came from people in vernacular or from those whose language was what it was. So I want to ask you, what can be done in schools to celebrate language and not to make English a passage to, social acceptance?
Okay.
Thank you. So NEP has also addressed this. NEP 2020 has said that you can actually study in your mother tongue. That's one of the visions that they have, that English is not the only sort of language that you can study in. But unfortunately, for all of us, India is many states put together. And English is literally the only language that we all speak. So that is a legacy of the British. It could be a good thing or a bad thing, but that is the truth. In Delhi schools, Hindi is the mother tongue. We insist, we also are always told that our Sri Ram school students don't speak enough Hindi, don't speak good enough Hindi. It's always an endeavor for us that we do many activities that encourage the local language, the national language in our case, across the South especially, the southern states, there is a lot of pride in their local language. There is a lot of activity that happens in the local language. Curriculum is also transacted. Somehow in the North, Hindi is not given that same importance. I agree with you, and I think it's something that we all have to be more mindful about.
Uday, can I just make a comment on that?
Go ahead. We can hear you.
Oh, I'm already. You know, it's a very, very basic and fundamental question. What we love in the world today, and I hope that we honor it even more, respect it even more, is the ability to deal with diversity. This country is absolutely fantastic in the diversity it has. And language actually encompasses a lot of the diversity, including identity, which has become so critical for us as individuals. I think technology will solve the problem of whether I can speak English, Hindi, or Urdu, or Tamil. Technology will solve that problem. What we do need to do is to make sure that communities are allowed to live in their respective languages, grow in that, build the diversity around that. That, to my mind, should be the approach for the future. How can we build even more diversity in this wonderfully already diverse country? And language is a critical one. So let's not get caught into the politics of language, which really speaking seems to determine
Which often happens.
the future.
Okay, yes, okay.
I need to say one word on language.
Very quickly, sir, yes.
Sorry, I'm eating this delightful pan bahar, something or the other over here. So I'm just giving an example of how we deal with this back home. We have 4 languages that we deal in Bhutan, that the system that we put. One is Dzongkha, which is the local language. One is English. The third language is mathematics. If you teach mathematics as a language, it changes the whole landscape. And you understand science and you understand English through the language of mathematics. And the fourth language that we teach everybody is sign language, so that you understand the other immediately when you're talking about the otherness and diversity. So taking away understanding of language in its narrow space, it opens up communication in a way which Mr. Kant had said was one of the most important aspects.
Okay. I did promise to end with a rapid fire, so I'm afraid we've run out of time. But we will continue this conversation off the stage as well, because at the end of the day, today is all about celebrating the DOSCO spirit, and education is a very strong aspect of it. So let's do a quick rapid fire. Nishad Das, your favorite subject in school and one teacher who changed your school life.
My favorite subject was always mathematics. Well, mathematics, physics, but I would say mathematics. I love mathematics, but I think the teacher who changed my life was Charlie Kandari. The way he taught was just so funny, and yeah. I would love to give stories, but since this is rapid fire, I can't give you any stories.
You can't. Yes. We'll continue that off record, off camera. Yes, Harpal Singh. Your favorite subject in school and one teacher who changed your school life or your life?
I have to say that there is no one particular subject. What I would like to say is that the wholesome education, the environment that the school provided.
No, in school, what was your favorite subject? The lighter.
My favorite subject?
Yes.
My favorite subject is geography.
Geography, okay. Any teacher?
Well, it has to be actually Gurdial Singh. So
Gurdial Singh, okay.
What can one do? And Harry Dang, for that matter.
Okay.
Harry Dang and Gurdial Singh, yes.
Okay. Mr. Kapoor?
Well, I was there as a teacher. I learned a lot. And one of the things there were 2 things, if you don't, one was geography. I learned from Charlie and from Gurdial Singh a lot. A lot. And the other, which got me a lot, was physics. I got from Mr. Pitre and Mr. Dixit. They were amazing people. I had, if you give me 30 seconds, I met Mr. Dixit and Mr. Pitre and Mr. Ominder Singh together within the first week of my being there. And we talked about physics.
Okay.
And they were all amazing minds.
Okay. You've taught a lot of kids a lot of things. What was your favorite subject while you were a kid?
Oh, actually, bits of it was history. But
history.
I also...
History, I'll take history. Yes, Vasvi Bharatram, last word to you. Last word to a lady.
I didn't study at Doon School, but I'm a DOSCO at heart, so my favorite teacher was Mr. Arun Kapoor.
Okay. Clap. Your favorite subject?
My favorite subject was English.
Okay, fantastic. Well, you all have been fantastic teachers for all of us, I'm sure, in the room as well. And we've imbibed a lot from this panel. And I do promise we will continue this off the stage as well. But thank you all for being a very engaging audience as well. And thank you to our panelists for a very enriching session.
Thank you, Harpal.
Thank you. Thank you, Uday.
Thank you, Uday.
And my favorite teacher was Mr. Arun Kapoor.
Thank you so much to our panelists and our moderator. We have a small token of appreciation. So if you could just stay on stage. We will now start with our third panel. Our final and perhaps most significant panel discussion, DOSCO Impact on Society and the Aristocracy of Service. If there's one phrase that defines the Doon School ethos, it's the aristocracy of service. Not an aristocracy of birth or wealth, but one of character, commitment, and contribution to society. For 9 decades, DOSCOs have embodied this principle, serving in the highest offices of government, defending our nation's borders, leading social movements, and working tirelessly to uplift the marginalized. Today, as we face complex global challenges, from climate change to inequality, the question is not whether DOSCO should serve, but how we can channel our privilege, education, and networks towards creating a more just and sustainable world. Our moderator for this panel is Mr. Abhinav Kumar. He's 285 Tata House, batch of 1991. Mr. Kumar is a distinguished IPS officer who exemplifies the aristocracy of service. Currently serving as Additional Director General of Uttarakhand Police, his remarkable journey began at Oxford University, where he earned his MA in Philosophy and Economics from Mansfield College. A former journalist before joining the IPS, he brings a unique perspective shaped by both media experience and 3 decades of distinguished public service across various challenging assignments. Let me introduce our panelists for today as well. There are 4 of them. The first, Lieutenant General Vipul Singhal, 305 Jaipur House, batch of 1985. Sir is a second-generation Army officer who has commanded an independent armored brigade, an armored division, and one of the Army's elite strike corps in the desert sector. Currently serving as Deputy Chief of Integrated Defense Staff, he has served on the line of control and in high-altitude areas in crucial staff appointments. Recognized with the Ati Vishisht Seva Medal for Distinguished Service of Exceptional Order and Sena Medal for Exceptional Devotion to Duty, he embodies how military leadership transcends the battlefield to shape institutional transformation and national security strategy. Our second panelist for today is Mr. Amitav Virmani, 260 Jaipur House, batch of 1991. He is founder and CEO of the Education Alliance, a non-profit organization transforming government school education across Tamil Nadu, Madhya Pradesh, Punjab, and Delhi. Before founding the TEA, he served as country director of ARK India, leading initiatives in foundational literacy, teacher development, and public-private partnerships. His transition from corporate success to grassroots education exemplifies how DOSCOs can leverage their skills for societal transformation. Our third panelist for today is Mr. Ashwin Dayal, who will be joining us virtually. He is 497 Jaipur House, batch of 1987. He serves as Senior Vice President at the Rockefeller Foundation, where he leads the Global Power and Climate portfolio. He spearheaded the creation of the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, a multi-billion-dollar effort supporting renewable energy transitions in 80-plus energy-poor nations. With a master's degree from the School of Advanced International Studies at Johns Hopkins, his 15-year tenure with Oxfam included leading the largest ever relief effort after the 2004 Asian tsunami. His journey from Chandbagh to global humanitarian leadership demonstrates the international reach of DOSCO service. Our fourth panelist is Mr. Rajat Punhani, 321 Jaipur House, batch of 1985. He is a 1991 batch IS officer of the Bihar cadre, who currently serves as CEO of FSSAI, Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, bringing over 3 decades of distinguished administrative service. From serving as district magistrate in tribal-dominated areas to heading crucial ministries, his career spans grassroots implementation to national policy making. His extensive interactions with beneficiaries of government schemes provide him with a unique perspective on how public service can drive meaningful change. So, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for 4 exemplars of aristocracy of service, from defending our nation to transforming education. May I please request all the panelists and the moderator to come on stage so that we can get started.
Phones off. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I want to start with just reading out to you the original quote by Arthur Foote. That is the topic of our, just to refresh the memories of all the distinguished audience. And I'm grateful to Mr. Shiv Dayal Srivastava for just sharing it with me. And I think it's a good place to start. Truly, we mean that the boys should leave the Doon School as members of an aristocracy. But it must be an aristocracy of service, inspired by the ideals of unselfishness, not one of privilege, wealth, or position. Now, to my mind, that's a very, very lofty ideal that was, placed at the very inception of the Doon School by our first headmaster. And, when you reflect on it, it creates a tremendous, I would say, contradiction, sir. That, because to my mind, there has been no aristocracy in the entire history of mankind which has been devoted to selfless service. So at the very outset of what Arthur, this is my personal view, that what Arthur Foote set forth for us an ideal is something which is truly unique and perhaps never before anyone has attempted it in history. Because aristocracies, by definition, have been self-serving. I think most of us, especially those with a background in history, would agree to that. But having said that, I can say that the Doon School has had a remarkable impact on public service in independent India. We've had a Prime Minister, we've had distinguished Union Cabinet Ministers, we've had Chief Ministers, we've had civil servants. I remember in 1985 when I joined the Doon School, it was our Golden Jubilee year, and General Bilimoria had come, he was there for one of the functions. And I remember him being introduced, that at that time it was a proud boast of the Doon School, sir, that at any given time at least one army commander was from the Doon School. So that is the kind of, despite this contradiction, despite this, impossibility of this ideal, over generations we have tried to do a pretty good job of, in different fields, social service. We've had some of the finest people in social service, Bankar Roy, my own dear batchmate and friend, Mr. Amitabh Virmani. He's doing some outstanding work in the field of education. I was just telling him earlier that, the DOSCO school is an island of excellence floating in a sea of muck, which passes for education in our country. I mean, Amitabh, I'm sorry to use these harsh words, but perhaps you would agree.
Absolutely.
And so given this, what we are trying to do, this thing, I would also like to set, hearing the previous discussions, a context for our discussion. One is, of course, the challenge of climate change, which is a global challenge. How does our aristocracy of service go towards meeting this challenge? The challenge of course, the entire, not just AI, but the entire change in our culture, in our society that has been brought about by social media, by cybercrime, cyberbullying, and of course now AI. And the third, I would say, is again the crisis of education itself. How do we are, on one hand, I was listening to the first discussion on capital flows. Raghav, again, a batchmate and a dear friend, was talking about how AI and all these advances in technology have made capital flows more efficient. And more efficient has always meant less jobs and more production. So my simple concern there, as somebody who's involved in public order, in social stability, that if you're going to achieve these kind of efficiencies and that squeeze out jobs altogether, where are you going to find the consumers from? And what does that do to social stability? And are we, like I was talking to Rajat sir earlier, are we going to move to a system where, for the vast majority of our population, handouts of one form or the other, or subsidies of some form or the other, are going to be the only form of survival for them? And while some of us in the elite will have permanent secure jobs, and how does that affect our ideal of service, and especially the aristocracy of service? So, Amitabh, can I? I'm told Ashwin sir would like to respond to these concerns of mine, because I'm told you have a deadline.
No, I don't know.
Here's a deadline.
Can you hear me all right? Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. All right. Hi. Well, listen, it's great to be with you, and sorry I'm not there in person. Thank you for that great question, Abhinav. I mean, I was thinking about this panel over the last few days as I was traveling back here to New York. I was thinking about what is it about, this term, the aristocracy of service, and what Doon sort of inculcated in me and in so many others. And by the way, this sounds like a Jaipur House panel. It's almost a clean sweep. But,
It's all Jaipur.
One house boy is enough.
But, I was thinking about three things. One is equity, right? I think, even though it's this very elite institution, it felt from day one that you were really put in, there was a sort of school as a leveler, where your background, your wealth status, your whatever your sort of identity, you sort of left it at the gate, and didn't really appreciate that till probably several years into the experience, but just how important that was in terms of what it did in terms of mindset shifts. The second was environment, and I mean the physical environment, where we are, where the school is. When I was in school in the 80s, there was a lot of concerns around what was happening with deforestation, and all sorts of other things going on in the Doon Valley and in the hills above us in Missouri. And we had some incredible teachers, who used the landscape as the kind of school, as the place of education. I remember very clearly my housemaster, Charlie Kandhari, talking about this incredible valley that we were in, and it sort of really stayed with me. And then the third was around people and society, and really just having a respect for what was going on around you, whether it was through your interactions, in midterms, whether it was through even the outings at the weekend, just understanding the people around you and how much sort of privilege there was in the boundaries of the school, but the reality of everything around us. And so, I sort of take all of that as the sort of foundation for all of the things that many of us do in school, and even if you're working in business. It's not about people who sort of specifically dedicated their lives to, like I work in the nonprofit sector, or Tav works on education, and so on and so forth. People working in industry, in the private sector, all bring that same mindset to what they're trying to do. And I think that's what's sort of very differentiated about that whole Doon School experience. Now, you raised a couple of issues on climate, et cetera, and we can get into it. I've spent the last 30 years working on everything from disaster relief to post-conflict reconstruction, poverty alleviation, economic development in India, in Asia, across Asia, in the Middle East, in Africa. I spend a lot of time there now. Just came back from Zambia a few weeks ago. And I've now dedicated the final chapter of my sort of career on a kind of a weirdly sort of engineering-oriented subject, and that is of power and electrification. And if we think about, what that unlocks for people, whether it's in a rural clinic in Bihar or a village in Zambia or a farm in Rajasthan, it is really the sort of future both of tackling the jobs crisis and the climate crisis. And what's really exciting is just thinking about the technological revolution we're sitting in right now. Solar capacity has doubled every 3 years for the last 3 decades. Battery storage deployment has doubled each year for the last 5 years. EV sales are going through the roof. So we're kind of on a cusp. I don't consider myself sort of a techno-optimist, but we are sort of on the cusp of a pretty significant revolution in terms of, that almost sort of mirrors the digital revolution of the 90s or even the industrial revolution. So I think when we talk about jobs, climate change, and society, working on the issue of clean energy sort of feels to me the way to connect all of these things. And that's sort of why I'm so sort of heavily invested in that, even though I'm not even trained as an engineer. I'm a sort of lowly economist trying to think about how do you use electrons to actually unleash new opportunities for society, whether it's in India or anywhere else in the world.
Thank you, sir. Amitabh, I'd like to start with you. I want to ask specifically, how have your experiences in school shaped your approach to your chosen field of public service? And taking it from there, what kind of interventions you would like to see in your chosen field? And especially, what kind of support would you seek from the wider DOSCO community to bring about those changes?
Thank you, Abhinav. And Toi, thank you for the observation that aristocracy of service starts and ends in Jaipur House. Quite evident. So I fell into the social sector in 2008. I don't think I chose the sector. I think the sector chose me. I lost my father to cancer in 2008, also next DOSCO. At the point in my life, I was at a crossroads. Continue doing what I was doing, which was working in pharmaceuticals in the US, or do something else. And the sector chanced upon me. I fell into it. 6 years, I ran a UK-based nonprofit, and then 11 years ago, I set up my own organization called the Education Alliance. I think what I've learned in the last 17 years has not only been an eye-opener, and Mr. Kant earlier spoke about the importance of data. I was going to actually pose a lot of data to him and then a very difficult question, but sadly he left. But I'll say it nevertheless. And when I got into the sector 17 years ago, I did not know any of these statistics. So I'm going to quote a few. There's 1.5 million schools in India. 900,000 of those schools are run by the government. 600,000 are run by private organizations and trusts, NGOs. We educate 250 million children in the 1.5 million schools. We have 9 million teachers, right? Can you take a guess how many schools China may have in comparison? It's the only country which can compare to India in terms of size. We've got 1.5 million to educate 250 million. Can you take a guess how many schools China has? 3 times the amount? It has 1/5 the amount of schools India has. So it has 300,000 schools to educate 260 million kids. UP alone, Uttar Pradesh alone, has more schools in the entire United States. Punjab alone has more schools in the entire United Kingdom. So it's a very, very complicated landscape, right? But the sad reality is, and there was a study done in 2005 called the Annual Status of Education. They published a report for the first time. It was conducted in 700 districts of our country. Close to 6 lakh children were tested. It's called ASAR, on basic foundational literacy and numeracy, which basically means kya ye bachcha Hindi, English, या गणित कर सकता है till a grade level, and they're tested till grade 5. So grade 1 to grade 5. What percentage of children do you think in India, in grade 5, can read a grade 2 text? Which means, a grade 2 text is, my name is Amitav Virmani. Mera naam Amitav Virmani hai. Grade 5, 10-year-old. What percentage of 10-year-olds in India can read this sentence? 50%. So 50% of children in grade 5 cannot read a grade 2 text. That's the reality. Right? And that's what we're up against. 9 lakh crores of government funding goes into education every single year. 9 lakh crores. It's a concurrent subject, so it's contribution from the center as well as the state. 85% of that 9 lakh crores goes towards one line item on the budget. Teacher salaries. So 85% of 9 lakh crores gets spent on teacher salaries. But teachers cannot be held accountable. In fact, the last thing you ask a teacher when you go into a government school is, क्या बच्चे पढ़ रहे हैं? You actually don't even ask that question. You invariably ask, midday meal आ गई, uniform आ गए, किताबें पहुंच गई, आज कितने बच्चे आए? आपने register भर दिया. 40% of the time a government teacher spends on administrative responsibilities. And the sad reality is, of the 9 lakh government schools in our country, 3 lakh, and this is what hit me, 3 lakh of those 9 lakh schools are single teacher schools. The entire school has one teacher in them. So when I came into this sector 17 years ago, I came from the Doon school to the doomed schools, right? And that's what I'm fighting against. That's what I'm trying to do. And just lastly, Abhinav, what I want to say, and this is the data I wanted to pose to Mr. Kant, because the sad reality is that the government has done nothing about it. I happen to be working in Tamil Nadu for the last 7 years, and the commissioner, a fabulous commissioner, senior secretary, I'm sure you may know him, Mr. Nand Kumar. And I asked him, Mr. Nand Kumar, he spent 2 years fighting the muck, as Abhinav said, of the system. He said, I'm going to clean out teacher unions. I'm going to fix the schools. I'm going to fix infrastructure. I'm going to hold teachers accountable. And he put a 15-point agenda in place, and he was ready to put into action. And the next day he got transferred. So I went to him with my whole team, and we were in tears. We said, here we were ready to support you on this mission to improve the education in Tamil Nadu, and you've been transferred. He said, just remember one thing for the rest of your working life in this sector. We government servants are temporary. You, civil society, are permanent. So if you want to see change, you are the ones who are going to have to stick it out while we come and go. And 6 years later, we're still there. He's gone. He's a friend. He's a confidant. He's an advisor. But he's no longer there. He was sent off to some Saidi ministry because he was trying to bring about change. So what I've been trying to do for the last 17 years is actually try and raise awareness, because I think most of you didn't know these numbers, is to raise awareness of the apathy of education in our country, the sad reality that despite 9 lakh crores being spent, not a rupee actually goes to where it should, or not a rupee, but less than 9 lakh crores goes to where it should be, and we just go on about our business. So the comments I get when I talk, I'm from the Doon school, it's actually so hard-hitting. It's a compliment while the rudest insult when I go to government offices. And in fact, the chief minister of a very large state who happens to be an ex-DOSCO said this to me when I said I work in the social sector. He said, you're very unlike DOSCOs. Right? And I said, what do you mean by that? He said, because not enough of us are doing social service. Not enough of us are in the sector trying to solve big social problems. So I'll just pause there.
Right. Coming next to... Thank you, Amitabh. Coming next to General Singhal, both him and I belong to related professions that are paid to be paranoid about both the external and internal security of this country. I mean, I think it's safe to say that, because since independence, we have inhabited a very hostile neighborhood, to put it mildly, and face non-stop challenges of internal security and social stability. And General Singhal, in his own career, I myself, in a more limited way, have face some of these challenges head on. So again, I'll ask the same question that I asked Amitabh. How did your experiences in school shape your approach to your career in the armed forces?
So thank you so much. Thank you firstly for inviting me, and pretty, daunting to be here. Senior officers like us in the army normally get an audience which is junior to us and have no choice but to clap and so that makes it daunting straight away. But having said that, I think, when I joined the National Defence Academy from Doon School, I was quite apprehensive because, one was going to a totally different kind of environment. But the moment I got to NDA, I realized it was just a bigger and tougher school with the same kind of, format and norms. In fact, a lot of people have spoken about public school traditions and processes having been taken from the English public school. Actually, a lot of them have been inherited from the armed forces. Chota Hazari, lights out, roll call. These are all very armed forces aspects. So it was quite easy in that way. The second aspect I think that helped me, what Doon brought, was of course a love for the outdoors, the fact that you could have a number of hobbies, reading, theatre, which enriches your life as you go along. And another, I think, very important aspect, somebody spoke about it, I think Mr. Arun Kapoor, about the fact that the boarding school has this huge diversity in its population, both in the faculty as well as the students, which I think is exactly what the armed forces also have. And I found that in NDA. There were people from all sorts of backgrounds, and you and the first thing when I entered the NDA, there was a big quote there saying that we may have arrived on different ships, but we are in the same boat now. And I think that was very true. And I think another thing that, give a small story, how Doon School shaped my understanding of how we have to include everybody as we go along. And especially true in the armed forces because we have people from different backgrounds. We talked about Hindi speaking, this, that, and the other. And we have to all, function together, different religions, different backgrounds. When I was in the Doon School, my father was a lieutenant colonel. And he put me in school. It was very difficult for him to afford me there. But all the same, he sent me to school. And when I was in C form, I think, the Doon School decided to raise the fees by about 30%. Because probably they had not raised it for a long time. The board couldn't meet those days technology and movement and all that. And they raised it by about 30%. Now, my dad had not catered for this. So he wrote a letter, and this was told to me much later, after I left school. He wrote a letter to the headmaster, Mr. Gulab Ramchandani, and like a good, maverick colonel, he wrote just 7-8 lines. And he said, I expected the Doon School fees to increase by 5-6% per year, so I had catered for it. Because my salary also increases that much only. So this is my salary slip and this is the Doon School fees, which doesn't match up. So please, I'd like you to tell my son as to why he has to leave school. I can't tell him. But it's your onus, you raise the fees. Gulab Ramchandani promptly, God bless his soul, put the same letter and sent it to the chairman of the board of governors saying, I will not tell him, you raise the fees. I told you guys not to do it. But that's not the story. The story is the chairman wrote back to him that Vipul Shingal will stay in the school at the same fees till SC form. Wow. So I stayed on in school at the same fees. And this was told to me much, much later by Mr. Ramchandani. About 8-10 years after I left school, I met him somewhere in Founders Day. And I could also send my son to school and even my daughter who's sitting here to Vellum Girls, both of them together at expensive school because I was strictly supported by both the SOVS and the school. That is, of course, a financial part. But overall, the aspect of inclusion, I think, has helped me through my career. And about service, very much, I think, SUPW we spoke about, and those things gave you a sense of purpose. And even the NDA motto says service before self. So I think all these aspects, I think, have helped me in my career to grow. As far as security is concerned, all those, of course, are aspects which, one has, tackled along the way. I'll not take more time.
Okay. When I joined the bureaucracy, sir, and I'm sure you would have heard a different variant of the story, that हमारी bureaucracy में भी एक वर्ण व्यवस्था है, जिसमें the Indian Administrative Service are the Brahmins. We in the police and the armed forces are the Kshatriyas. The Indian Revenue Service, of course, are the Baniyas. And the rest of them are Shudras. But jokes apart, I think as you grow into your service, you realize that much as we like to malign them, both from the political side as well as from the other services and our civil society at large, a lot of what modern India has achieved would not have been possible without some of the most outstanding public servants that have served in the Indian administrative service. And I'm delighted to have sitting next to me a senior and a very esteemed senior colleague from the Indian administrative service. So, sir, first of all, again, the same question that I asked the two other panelists: how has your experience in school shaped your approach to your service, especially in light of, you joined at the time of liberalization. 91 was the year we first liberalized our economy. And so you've seen the entire trajectory of our economic and growth and cultural changes, societal changes. And how would you like to reflect on that?
So I'll start when I joined the IAS, I got Bihar card, not by choice, but it used to be a lottery system. So my first posting was in a place called Nagacha. So I'll differ from you on that aristocracy of service. I think definitely the Doon School has managed to cultivate this value of aristocracy of service. So when I joined in Nagacha in a subdivision, so Chief Minister had visited and then he had left, and I was in a gathering over dinner with many senior officers, much senior too. I just joined. So, and they said a very strange thing, which I found very strange at that time, that, they were talking about one officer who had just retired. And they were saying that, he worked without any agenda or without any, he worked as if it was a normal thing to do. And, in school, I think when we were there, also when I was there, maybe I didn't realize it at that time, but many things you do, whether you're in audiovisual, whether you're house hockey captain, whether you're the common room in charge, or you do a lot of, in the tuck shop, you do a lot of service in the dining hall, which you do service for the community without realizing that you're doing a service to the community. You do it because that's what you're supposed to do. And that's what everyone else is doing. So I definitely think that, Foot has managed, that vision that he had. And that's why I find, even now I keep on telling a lot of youngsters that the Doon School had a lot of service embedded in you. And that is something which, it carries you on throughout your career. Because you work not because, you're looking for something. You work because that is what you're meant to do. You're meant to serve if you're part of the service. And it's not only people in, the civil service as, in the army also you're working in social sector, Ashwin is working in his foundation. People are working in their corporate sector, people have their own businesses. So, it's a service which everyone is doing. And if you do it with a little bit of passion and a little bit of selflessness, which I think school manages to inculcate that. I think that brings a lot of satisfaction and a lot of satisfaction in what you're doing. That's what I would like to say. So aristocracy of service, I would like to differ.
Like I said, sir, it's a very unique and I would say a difficult idea. And like I said, so far we have managed to. There have been many successful examples in our generation and the generations before of outstanding public service. But going forth, you see now, especially in the recent generations of DOSCOs, we hardly get any DOSCOs coming to the top Indian colleges like St. Stephen's or anywhere else in the country. I find, like my son passed out of school in 2021, and probably 80 or 90% of his batch went abroad. So this is another question I would like to pose to all our panelists, including Ashwin sir. How does the DOSCO remain true? I mean, are we going to be an aristocracy of service to the world at large? I mean, if that, because I see that change happening. I mean, I'm not saying it is necessarily a bad thing, but earlier where the bulk of DOSCOs went to the top Indian colleges and universities and then naturally found a place somewhere in India in public service or in the private sector, it's changed.
If I can take that just for 30 seconds, there is that famous Maslow's theory of needs. You first have to have enough to eat, drink, then actualize yourself at some point, search for purpose. So I think it would be unfair to expect that a young DOSCO who just joins the work stream or goes into college is going to straight away start leading a life of service or get into social service. Like Rajit made the point that everybody is doing service. Many kind people in the audience came to me and said, you're doing great work. We look at you and we feel. I said, no, everybody is doing his service. You guys are paying your taxes, so I'm getting my salary. So firstly, that's there. So in any case, so I think that to say that the purpose in your job, I think you'll be found as you go along. And most of us sitting in the audience today here are who have left our school 25, 30 years ago. So I think that what Rajit was saying, it is imbibed in you that you will provide service in some way, selflessly serve society. If your employees who are there in your company, you will treat them a certain amount of respect, with the point I made earlier. That comes from school, and that is the service you provide. It is not necessary to go into social service or into an NGO or this one to be able to do service. I think we have to sort of look at it in that way. I hope I'm making some sense here.
I just want to make a point about, and be a little bit provocative here. I'm sure some of you may not like what I say. I think, being in the Doon school, if life is a 100-meter race, for the lack of a other distance, being in the Doon school, you have a 50-meter head start. At least we did when we were there. Clearly, you were either somebody or you had done something to be at the Doon school. And I'd like to believe that that's even the case today. What do you do when you have that 50-meter head start is, I think, what we should reflect on. There are two ways to look at this. And 2 days ago, I was sitting with somebody on a panel who spoke about achievement and success. Right? And I think achievement is what all of us have done in life, got awards, made money, we have networks, we know everybody, we're influential. Success is what we have utilized that achievement for. Is it for the benefit of others, or is it for further self-gain? And I think that value starts in school. We were talking about redefining education. We were talking about what is the role of education in an AI future world, in a technology future world. I fundamentally believe, and it's a sad reality, two things haven't changed in the last 200 years. Jails and schools. It's a fact. A lot of us across generations, maybe 3 or 4 decades sitting, more than 4 decades sitting here, will talk about the same subject, the same pedagogy, the same timetable that we had 70 years ago. In a world that is so rapidly changing, how can you not change the inputs when the outcomes are going to be so fundamentally different? And since we're talking about Aristotle, that's a different topic on curriculum altogether, and what you should be teaching and how you should be teaching, and the role of education. In fact, Arun Kapoor, my favorite teacher, sitting here, because he said the most important thing to me in school. He said, don't let school get in the way of your education. And it's a fact. I think today's school gets in the way of our education. Right? Because we have to pass exams, we have to cram papers, we have to memorize subjects, and we have to do things that we're told to do because it's prescriptive, but most of us don't want to do that. But we do it till we retaliate or we realize, arey yaar, what a waste. Let's do something else. So I think the point I'm trying to make is, can we inculcate that value of service from a very young age? You know, aristocracy of service is not an activity. It's a way of life. It's like brushing your teeth every morning. It's knowing that there are people who are lesser privileged than I am, who are at the 0-meter line of this race that I'm running. I've got a 50-meter head start. I can choose to ignore them and keep running, or I can turn back and wave them on. I think that for me is aristocracy of service, which needs to be inculcated at the DOSCO school.
Ashwin sir, would you like to add to what Amitabh has said?
Yeah, no, I think it's a really good way of putting it, and the 50-meter head start is a great analogy. You know, the point you were making about kids who are graduating from Doon today are all heading overseas, and is that a good thing or a bad thing? I don't really know. I think it's a natural evolution of the world we're in. You know, in my batch, 87, very few, I mean, a reasonable number went overseas, but not that many. It was a minority. Many came back. I did. I mean, I went to the UK, came back to India, and then worked there right through the 90s. And so I think part of it is what do you do with your education. You know, I'm sort of optimistic. I work with a lot of young people now who don't see themselves as being in a particular sector. They don't see themselves as being in the social sector. They are doing really interesting startups, trying to solve problems with using the private sector. And I think that's an opportunity that didn't feel very real 20, 25 years ago, that, you know, whether you call it a social enterprise or just an enterprise, or whatever it might be, whether it's on climate change, energy technology, education, health, there's so much innovation happening. And frankly, it's, you know, the people sitting in the audience who I can't see, although you can see me, you know, working in industry, in controlling vast amounts of capital, that really is where I think the future lies in terms of trying to solve some of the big problems that the country faces. And so, to me, it does come back to what Tav was saying, is it comes back to, can you build a foundation of values and a mindset through the experience of going to a school like Doon, which is this kind of privileged bubble, but at the same time an incredibly fertile kind of landscape to be able to learn and sort of play on and sort of grow as an individual. And if you can apply that in any sector, really, I think the concept of service is, the lines are all getting very blurred, and it really is about what you choose to do with it. So I think about some of the great industrial leaders in our country, you know, Ratan Tata, for example, and what the transformation that whole industry, that whole corporate group had. I mean, the entire Indian labor code is basically modeled on what the Tata Steel wrote in the early 1900s. So, you know, I think there's a lot of different ways in which service can be sort of carried through in today's world. And that's a great opportunity for young DOSCOs who are graduating, you know, in 2025.
Ajit sir? No, I just want to make very relevant point you said is why a lot of DOSCOs, the young DOSCOs, and a lot of the youngsters, whoever can or whoever wants to go overseas. Partly, I would say it's partly our fault, and partly due to what Virmani pointed out, is that our systems, I say partly our fault because we may be growing at whatever 8%, 9%, 7%, etc. We have a lot of data, figures, but our systems, we have not been able to address the systems to make the quality of life of a common citizen good enough that he wants to stay in India. Very often it's said that if you want to be in India, either you should have a lot of money or you should have a lot of power. Yeah. So otherwise, to lead a normal life, to get things, the very simple things, like getting a license or getting, you know, your interface with government is you know, there's a lot to be achieved. And it also stems from the fact that, you know, what Virmani was mentioning is that you need many more dual schools. We have very few good schools catering to very few people. The mass majority is still functioning in poor equipped, poor teachers, poor pedagogy, those systems. So I think definitely Doon, and I think this was mentioned in one of the previous things, I think we also have a responsibility, and I think DSOBS is doing it in a big way, and the Doon School should, giving gyan, should preaching, but should also try and see how can we improve our general educational system and government schools. So numbers, as Vidmani pointed out, is not, we don't need so many schools, but whatever we are teaching should be good quality teaching. In the NEP, for example, I'm digressing a bit, in the NEP example, there's something called vocational education, which is supposed to be an integral part of our government education system, because even now most of the people passing out of government schools are not employable in the sense that they have learned something which the industry or the jobs, the industry doesn't want. So vocational education in our school, we did a lot of it. We may not realize, but we had all the vocational education, right from carpentry to motor mechanics to everything. So can we adopt or something like that? It's something that we should think about. And maybe, design a curriculum, as I think Mr. Kapoor had mentioned, and try and go into the government schools and, broad base it. So it's something which I think food for thought is there.
Before now we have a few minutes left, and I'd like to ask the audience.
Yeah.
Please, sir. Can we have a mic here, please, in the front row?
A couple of hands at the back as well.
Sir, it's on.
It is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. My name is Rohit Jha.
He's asking.
You can go ahead.
It's working?
Yeah.
Okay, first thing, thank God we got a Tara House boy on the panel. And I asked one guy, young fellow about 17 years, my junior, I said, why not? And he says, because you either go to Doon School or you go to Tara House. So, thank you. Look, I just think that there is so much that we can do as a group, and I'd like to put it for you gentlemen, because I live overseas, that as I think Amitabh said, why can't we, there's a lot of money here, there's a lot of capital here, why can't we adopt schools in the villages and give them computers, give them coaching, get good teachers, support them, and school by school build. And I'm sure we can do it here. The second thing is, as I was talking to Donnie who's falling asleep, is why can't we support sporting groups? I support 40 sporting teams in Australia. 40. And you know what? The club I play golf in didn't want kids to be playing there. And I said, I'll put money in for them for their coaching. One girl just won the major in France. Grace Kim. The young fellow Declan, I sent him a message, you keep your head down, keep your putts rolling, blah, blah. He sent me a message, he said, hey Indy, just won the Canadian Amateur. Wow. It depends if we want them, and we can support sporting schools and make Virat Kohli's, and Dhoni can coach them. But we can do that because we have the power. But we have to get to some projects going. And
Sir, please be careful what you wish for. I'll be calling you for your money. I run an NGO and I'm shameless. I'm going to take your number right now.
John Martin told me, he said, Indrajit, we are going to Cheshire Homes. And he said, the problem with us, I said, so how do we get money? And he said, the problem with India is that people would rather give money for an afterlife that's better than the people they live with.
Actually, most of the money in India goes to temples. Just so
that's right.
Goes to religion.
So I picked that up and I said, I will help now. So people said there's a lot of people blind in India who can be cured. So I've done 60,000 already in India. But I know one thing, that the ophthalmologists would rather go to the ashrams where I've set up hospitals in Parmat and Rishikesh and others, but not to other places. They go where the Maharishi will bless them.
Yeah, there was a lady at the back.
So get something going.
My question is to you, Amitabh. Working in the social sector myself, I mean, we're talking about government funds, right? And we know that they're not really allocated where they're meant to be. But even the social sector is backed by a lot of CSR money, right? Now, my question to you is that there's a lot of money, like, for example, Pratham, there's a lot of money coming in from the US, there are billions and billions of dollars that are being spent on improving learning outcomes in India. But where do you think the gap lies? Because there is money being spent, and it's compulsory now for corporates, right, through that CSR.
Yeah.
So where do you think the gap really lies? Because are we reinventing the wheel? I mean, there are enough schools, some alarming stats that you just stated.
Yeah.
So where can we bridge this gap, is my question to you.
So I think, Jessica, first and foremost, you can never compare and match government budgets. 9 lakh crores is the education budget in this country, right? 35,000 crores is all that comes, it's a lot of money, but 35,000 crores is all that comes in through CSR. So 35,000 compared to 9 lakh crores just for education. By the way, that 35,000 goes towards livelihoods and health and gender and climate and so on and so forth.
But
so
still
only
a considerable
7,000
amount towards education,
Correct.
yeah?
So 7,000 crores comes towards education, but it's fragmented. When I try to go raise that money, somebody says, मेरी factory Tamil Nadu में है, वहाँ पे 2 school चला दो. Somebody says, मेरे भोपाल में है, वहाँ पे कुछ बदल दो. It's fragmented, right? So we have to come together. Sadly, we're a democratic country, but we're the least connected as people because there's so many things that divide us that we can't come together to solve a problem. So coming together is step one, like the gentleman here just said. Even if this community just came together and said, let's solve one problem in Uttarakhand, because that's where our beloved school is, I think that would be a great start for us, right? Let's build a fabulous auditorium where we'll do arts and crafts and culture in the city of Dehradun. I don't think it'll take us 20 years for this community to agree. So you can imagine what's happening in India. So it's tough.
But there are plenty of curriculums as well. I don't know if we need more curriculums to be added.
don't.
No, we don't. And we have enough schools.
Yeah.
So,
in fact, you've got too many schools. That's the point I was making. China's got 1/3 the schools we have. We need to shut schools down. Not shut. You need to consolidate schools. You need to have big schools that have plenty of teachers in them. And that's beginning to happen right now. You'll see that in the next 20 years.
Just like to supplement what Amitabh said, because I had a brief, I took a brief sabbatical from my normal duties in the police and had a stint with Dr. Shashi Tharoor in the Ministry of HRD, sir.
That's right.
And it was very interesting because we were looking at different aspects of education. And this is the sad reality that in my state of Uttarakhand alone, we have some schools which have most teachers than students.
That's right.
That's another paradoxical
because
sort
it's
of situation. And there are schools which, essentially you want to shut down those schools.
But you don't.
But for political reasons, because that school falls in some minister's constituency. So I'm sure you would have faced that problem. So there's a huge problem of rationalizing and getting efficiencies out of your education budget.
But if civil society demands it, it can happen.
Yeah.
सरकार लोगों का बात मानती है, but लोग बोलते नहीं हैं.
The biggest obstacle to reform of the education sector, I would say, probably are teachers.
Absolutely.
You know, it's a very...
Could I just jump in with a quick comment, Abhinav?
My name is Rohit Jha. I'm from the batch of 85, and 2 of my batchmates are there. One top army person in the country and one the top bureaucrat. And luckily, the moderator is from Tata House. But my question is to Amitabh Virbani. And it's related to what Rajit also talked about, the tremendous gap in the educational system between the rural and the urban.
Yes, sir.
Whether it be the boarding schools and the day schools in the metro areas, in the metro cities, in tier 1 cities, tier 2 cities, tier 3 cities, and the rural area. And you also talked about the number of schools.
Yes.
And your experience in Tamil Nadu. Now, moving ahead, my question is, what do you see as the process that we as a country should be following to change that gap
Sure.
in our Indian educational system.
Yeah. So, sir, I think
supplementary to that is that what do you see leading school like ours
can do.
Doing to change that system?
Sure. So, sir, what we have done over the last 100 years is we've repeated the interventions repeatedly. So we've tried to attempt teacher training. We've tried to attempt curriculum reform. We've tried to attempt leadership training. We've tried to attempt assessment reform. Those are all great to do in the Doon School. Because the Doon School is a functional school that has about 100 teachers. It has about 50 classrooms. It's got 600, 700 students. And it's got all the provisions that you and I imagine when we say a school, right? What today we have evaluated over the last 17 years of work that I've been doing and the last 100 years of work that's happened, Brookings put out a study and said very interestingly, if India keeps doing what it is doing in education today, it will take India 100 years to catch up with the West. That's how far behind we are, the West. Proven research. So we have to leapfrog what we do. We have to fundamentally leapfrog like we did in telecom. Right? We did not use a linear pathway for telecom adoption. Right? So just to quickly say, there's the silver bullet. If 9 lakhs, if there are 15 lakh schools in our country and we need only 3 to 4 lakh, let's start creating what we call a minimum viable school. A big mistake we made in the Millennium Development Goals is we took schools to children. तो हर एक 1 किलोमीटर रेडियस में हमने स्कूल बना दिया, but वो एक सिर्फ क्लास है और टीचर नहीं है. We have to take children to schools. That's the difference. So make big schools, resource them well, put teachers in them, put classrooms, good infrastructure, and then ferry children to those schools and educate them well. That's not what we do right now in India.
Just to
That's the starting
supplement
point.
what you said, that just a few days ago I was reading an article somewhere where the Chinese, they have introduced AI and coding at the primary level of education. And here, as Amitabh pointed out, a grade 5 student cannot read a grade 2 level text. So this is the gap and this is the challenge that we face in educating India.
I have a question. Hi, Anil Malhotra. And this is for Ashwin. It's a takeaway from what Amitabh said and what the young lady said about funding. Ashwin, you are an international philanthropy, who I guess you have your grantees. So my question is in 2 parts. The first is, when you give a grant, what is the percentage split between admin and beneficiary? And my second part of the question is, how do you monitor that to ensure the fund flow is for what it's been given?
Thanks for that question. Look, the admin ratio really varies. It depends on what kind of project it is, but the average across our entire portfolio is around, I think it's about 18 to 19%. And I would say, I'm suspicious of a project where the admin is too low, because it relates to your second question, because it does take people who have experience and expertise in whatever the topic is, whether it's on energy where I work or on education, to be able to do that rigorous follow-up, monitoring, evaluation. But the most important thing is selecting the partners. If we're a philanthropy partnering with local NGOs, is the process of actually identifying and selecting the partner, doing that original due diligence on their governance, their values, their organizational capacity, so that you don't then have to behave like you're policing them. You can actually build a real partnership. That's when it works best, is when you have a level of trust, but trust obviously with verification. And so that's generally the philosophy that we adopt when we're trying to build partnerships. I would say we also partner with companies. We partner with NGOs, we partner with governments. In Rajasthan, for example, our biggest partnership is with the state government on trying to get the PM Kusum scheme, the solarizing agriculture scheme, to actually take off there. And, to the point about, just one last point on what Tav was talking about, it really is a software hardware issue in every sector in India. We have a lot of hardware and not enough software. And actually, this is where a summit like this could actually be, I think, quite useful, because we are working in all these different sectors where you have the potential and the relationships and the networks to bring these things together. There's massive amounts of money going into solarizing farmers in Rajasthan, but no movement. what actually was needed was just some very sophisticated digital backbone to be created to help the government sort of track, monitor, and implement the program with more efficiency. So these kind of partnerships with government, I think, are where we can see a lot of unlocks in the next few years, because there is, as Tav said, there's a huge amount of money sitting within the government system, often underutilized. So if we can get that hardware, software sort of connection, interface working more effectively in different sectors, I think we'll go a long way. And I think philanthropic capital can then actually be much more effective if it's actually trying to link to other pools of capital like government funding or private sector funding.
I have a question.
Just one.
So it was actually for the earlier panel, but since Mr. Virbani is here, maybe I can ask this to him. And also remembering Mr. Arun Kapoor and Ms. Bharatram, if they can answer this question. But what I've heard, over the course of the day is, this holistic education that Doon School has provided. It's experiential, there's a sense of service, there's SUPW. But what I think there is no bridge to Delhi University. And I think that's where I would ask Ms. Bharatram to comment a little bit, is that Delhi University does not build in all of this into its admissions criteria. So when our children,
that is true.
when our children are actually dealing with 99.9% entrance cutoff marks, what would be your advice to a child who does not have the means to go abroad, and contribute to the brain drain that this country is facing? In terms of the marginal utility of time, where would you ask this child to spend their time?
Very good question.
Yeah.
Good question.
As late as 2008, 2010, school was still sending, students in double digits to Delhi University.
Yes.
I mean, if my...
but that's...
I'm answering the ladies' questions. Huh?
Yeah.
So, I don't know what happened. So, for us to say, oh, now the cutoffs are so high. See, we were competing with our peers then.
Yeah.
And somehow, I remember in my generation...
There were 20 of us who went to
St. Stephen's College.
That's right.
And in my batch also, about 10 of us went to St. Stephen's. I unfortunately did not go to college, but I went to Oxford instead.
That's right.
And I got a lot of ribbing from my batchmates for that.
But that's a relevant point.
Yeah.
So Delhi University is...
Sorry, Basvi, go ahead.
Sorry. Delhi University is doing what Delhi University did for the last 50 years. They have not changed anything. And it is purely based on marks. We are running colleges like the Sri Ram College of Commerce, Lady Sri Ram College. If you don't have 99%, there is no point applying. 100%. Now soon it will be 110%. But unfortunately, it is all dictated by the government. The governing bodies of these colleges have literally no say. And I totally hear what you're saying. Many times, students of the Sri Ram School who may not even want to go abroad are almost forced to go abroad because they don't get into the colleges here. I don't know what is the solution. Unfortunately, it is a state university, central university rather, and the government is the only one who can make these interventions. But it is really, really needed.
So I'll just give you one quick anecdote from Mr. Arun Kapoor's. I think he's left, if I'm not mistaken. Is he here? You have to visit that school because it's an eye-opener, right? What he's doing. I visited his school in May of this year in Bhutan. I asked him, he asked me to go walk around the school to see for myself what he's built. I asked him, what are you trying to do here? He said, I'm trying to create constructive, contributory citizens in a just and harmonious society. That's his mission. I said, how do you do that? That sounds very lofty and fluffy. I go into a classroom, grade 9 students, they're sitting, they're waiting for their teacher to come. So I get into a conversation with these girls and I said, what is your class on? What's the subject? They said, truth, beauty, and values. I said, that can't be the subject. They said, yeah, that's the subject. Truth, beauty, and values. I said, well, how do you study truth, beauty, and values? And this girl goes into a very eloquent way of saying, when I came into this school, I had a particular idea of how people in society are, what values they possess. And I came in believing
everyone is like me, they're nice people. But then I realized through conversation and dialogue that we live in a very diverse world. Point I'm trying to make here is that his school has chosen, now the kids go to engineering colleges all over the world, they get into the best colleges in Delhi University. They have chosen to focus on a curriculum that is more meaningful. My point, their school is not getting in the way of their education.
No, but what she's saying is that why
मिलता है उनको marks
what she's saying is that
रट्टाबाजी से उनको marks मिल जाते हैं.
Even despite now you have CUET,
Correct, so you can pass that exam.
Now, I mean, like, I think there should be more of a chance now of a DOSCO getting to Delhi University than before. But because in our time, it wasn't that there wasn't any competition, but we did all these things and we also did our studies. So I don't know.
But to answer your question very briefly, I also say that what I said right in the beginning, that let's not take away the enriching of your life by a holistic education which gives you an enriched life throughout your life. Because you can enjoy a play, you can enjoy a book, you can enjoy a summit like this. That has come from the school's education. Maybe that didn't get you into a good college, but that has got great value through your life.
Question. Can I ask one?
Yeah, please.
So firstly, I think it's great that we've ended the summit on this topic. And gentlemen, thank you for your inspiring stories. I think they are fantastic. Now, aristocracy of service is a very counterintuitive statement, as you recognized, Abhinav. But I think at a time, as Vasvi said, a reputed institution like that is figuring out how to create an alumni. 85 years back, Arthur Foote had the vision that we create, and we've been thriving for the last 70, 60 years with DSOBS. And I think there's lots more than DSOBS can do. It's highly underexploited. And my question, I'll just put it to Vipul, to you, a message for how we can make this DSOBS stronger as an element of service.
You're asking me?
Yes.
Yeah. So I think definitely, like I said, I owe the fact to DSOBS that they did give a scholarship to my son to go to school, and part of it. So I think in that way, there is some contribution they are doing. But yes, what even Amitabh made the point that, and he was to some extent, that I think people are willing to contribute financially if they are sure that the money is going to actually impact people and impact society, which is something close to their heart. Now, I think most foundations, possibly he's better qualified to answer this question, is how do you align this and people part with their time and money without definitely watching as to where the outcome is coming from. There has to be trust in the body that is sort of mobilizing this fund and the time to create impact. And I think people like Ashwin, etc., who are already in the business of mobilizing money and using it correctly, I think they can become consultants to DSOBS to help us do this better. Yeah.
Sandeep, sir.
Okay, just a question. We have 5 exemplar people there. Do we agree to that? 5 exemplar people. They said one thing. Let's look at schools in Uttarakhand. I want one exemplar person from you to say, I raise my hand to ambassador that, rally people and help schools in Uttarakhand become better because of Doon School. Who will do that?
I think all of us will do it.
We'll do it.
I think all of us will do it. Amitabh is most qualified.
We want one person to spearhead it.
So I run 4 schools in Thangad and Podi Garhwal, by the way. So I'm already doing it.
How do we do that? My question is still unanswered. Doon School.
That gentleman from Australia, we need him first for his money.
Yeah, so can we
That's
get
step
that
number
going?
1.
He's wasting too much money on golf.
There has to
He's
be
left,
a
by the
close.
way.
There has to be a close to this summit. And I think close should be that we will better schools in Uttarakhand.
Yeah.
Golf subsidies.
We should close on that as a statement.
I mean,
Yes.
I guess so.
I think yes.
Is the question answered? Stand up.
I said I'm in.
Hi, my name is Ranjit Mukherjee. I'm a former 364 batch of 1999 Tata House. I just wanted to comment based on the discussion that was happening before about 99% marks for St. Stephen College and what you were saying about building an auditorium in Uttarakhand as a sort of social service project. That from my personal experience of school, I wanted to share that aside from the classroom, aside from the marks, aside from all of that, the academic side, for me, the formative experience of school was basically the campus, the art school, the metalworks shop, the carpentry workshop, even I'd say the motor mechanics workshop where the junker was being made all the time, paper recycling, so on and so forth. There was a lot of education that was happening through vocational studies, through things that we're doing with our hands. And today I'm an architect and I run a design firm as a result of that. And I remember when I was in SC form, I took up art and geography as a subject, and our principal, John Mason, thought I was nuts. But it helped me get into the School of Architecture in Ahmedabad because I knew exactly what I wanted to do. And there are a couple of us who were even trying to get into NID and so forth. So it's not only about marks and getting into NID, and, because we live, like you've pointed out, in the time of artificial intelligence, where that random access memory can be done by machines. Learning from textbook is irrelevant right now. I mean, these data sets can be crunched. And especially for a developing country like ours, it's now you're talking about outreach, you're talking about investing into education in the cities, tier 2 cities, towns, villages. I feel that what the Doon School the Doon School alumni could promote is vocational training for our nation's youth. Because that's the one thing that AI is not going to be able to take from them, So I just wanted to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I wanted to add two points I want to make. One is that I've seen DOSCOs, whether they get into a good college or not, they've all done exceptionally well than their peers from other schools. And it's all across all fields. So I think, yes, one should not think only in terms of marks and everything. And vocational education is maybe, when we talk about Uttarakhand, and maybe when we get into this, selecting the schools, we should also ensure that we have all vocational, like we have in school.
Absolutely.
We have those in those schools.
Absolutely.
And we'll pitch in whatever we can.
Yep.
Okay, Junaid, I think, okay, yeah. First of all, Ashwin sir had to leave us a little, because we ran out of time for him. Thank you very much, Amitabh, Vipul sir, Rajat sir, and to the audience as well for responding so well to our discussion with the very pertinent observations and questions. And it's been a pleasure moderating.
Thank you.
Thanks, Abhay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. Yeah. I got the claps in spite of not being junior officers.
And despite Tata House.
One Tata House boy was enough.
Hello. Yeah, thank you so much to our distinguished panel. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you to stay where you are. Our chief guest is on the way. He'll be here shortly. In the meanwhile, may I call upon Samir sir to give the token of appreciation to our panelists and moderator.
Good evening, everyone. What an extraordinary afternoon we've had. We've had the privilege to witness 3 remarkable panel discussions, from leadership across generations to evolution of education, and finally, aristocracy of service. Each conversation has reaffirmed the timeless values instilled within the walls of Chandbagh, where the mind is without fear and the head is held high. This summit was conceived as a thought leadership platform to exchange ideas in a rapidly evolving world. today reminded us of something fundamental, that leadership is about responsibility and service, inspired by the ideals of unselfishness, not one of privilege, wealth, or position. I'm happy to announce that all the funds collected from our summit are going towards the Dharali Recovery Support Initiative in association with the Kuflon Charitable Trust for families affected by the cloudburst. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all our panelists and moderators for sharing their experiences and insights with such candor and depth. I would also like to acknowledge our executive committee members and all the members of the DSOBS Summit Committee who have supported us to make today possible. Looking ahead, we eagerly anticipate the 90th Founders' Day, a milestone that brings all of us together as DOSCOs to celebrate our heritage and values. It is now my honor to introduce our chief guest, the Honorable Minister of Communications and Development of the Northeastern Region, Mr. Jyotiraditya Scindia, 632 Jaipur House, batch of 1998. From corridors of Chandbagh to the highest offices of the Union Cabinet, his journey exemplifies the DOSCO spirit of leadership, service, and excellence. Over to you, Mr. Scindia.
Good evening. It's wonderful to be back. Wonderful to be here, and thank you, Akash and Junaid. I believe I am what comes between you and supper, and you and a good drink. So I'm going to try and keep my comments as short as possible. It's wonderful to be here. Wonderful to be within and amongst, if I may say, family. That's what school has been for us. That's what school is for us today. And that is what the Doon School will always be for each one of us. I was just sitting here while Akash was sounding, if I may say, rather too serious. I think it's been a very, very long day for him. But I was just ruminating whilst when I walked into the room, I met with Harpal Singh ji, who I believe, according to Junaid, is of the ilk of some of the most senior-most people in this room. To Pranav, who was the master of ceremonies, if you will, this evening, who belongs, I believe, to the class of 2020. So we have amongst that age close to about 60 to 65 years of the Chandbagh's existence. An existence that has been profound in the evolution of India, an existence that has been profound in the emergence of India. A DOSCO is not only known by the blazer or the tie he or she wears, but by the character that he or she embodies, by the virtues and the principles very efficaciously taught, and if I may use the term, drummed into us at the Chandbagh over the 4 or 5 years that we spend there. And for me, especially, Two things stand out about our home. I won't call it a home away from home. I would call it our home because it was our home. We probably did not shed as many tears when we left our homes for the labyrinth of the Chand Bagh, but we shed many more tears when we left that labyrinth to walk into the real world as men. And in that environment, two things have always stood out for me. Doon, to start with, is a habit of mind. It is an environment that instills in you values, principles, morals, not by pedagogy, not by curriculum, but experientially. It is that intangible halo around you that walks with you for the rest of your days. And that is the debt that I owe as a DOSCO to that labyrinth and that environment that nurtured me, matured me, and instilled in me those values and principles. And the second, it is a fraternity for life. The friendships that you make whilst you're there, and those friendships, mind you, many of us limit ourselves to that friendship within our forms. Those friendships are not limited to just our forms. They extend in years senior to us, years junior to us, laterally, with the faculty, our fathers and mothers on the campus that have nurtured us, that have instilled those values in us. And I'm very proud as a DOSCO to say that for me, my family, which extends beyond my immediate family, in the environment and Doon, must and always include the teaching fraternity that has imparted so much of themselves to us. They gave of themselves. Not with no expectations in return. My commerce teacher, Satinder Kumarji, is sitting in front of me. Their expectation was only one, that when your name would be taken as a citizen of this country, in your life, in whichever line you choose, you would walk with integrity, you would walk with virtuousness, and you would walk with the values that they tried to engender in each one of us. And that is a debt of gratitude that we as their children, even today, can only repay by the way we conduct ourselves in our lives. And on this day, I would like to dedicate this evening to those personalities that impacted me. those environments that impacted me, those tasks and menial chores that impacted me, from the responsibility that each one of us were given as servers on that dining table, to be able to serve your peers, to pick up from where they had left off. The concept, the simple concept of dignity of labor that arises from repetitive action. The pain in the neck of waking up before your peers in your house and walking to the CDH with that danda in your hand to pick up the kettle, to bring it back to your house, not for yourself, but with that bread basket, freezing cold in the winter Dehradun morning, to be able to feed your family. Simple task. A chore for us at that age. We would rue the day when it was our day to bring in the Chota Hazri. But it leaves an imprint on you even till this day. The concept, simple concept of the tuck shop, the bank. Think of how fundamental these concepts were, simple in their making. But at the age of 14, 15, 16, to understand how to run your own little enterprise, to balance the books, sometimes to make sure that you're able to give that extra cheese toast. Simple actions, but with profound meaning. And in terms of impact, let me start with AD. Darsab, as I would call him, because his father was the principal of Scindia School. And I remember when I walked in as a young boy, and my parents, because of that connection with Scindia School, called on him. He was associated with Hyderabad House. I still remember in my tentative first year or two, if I have the ability to speak from a podium today, ladies and gentlemen, it is because of that man that pushed me into the idea of debating at a very, very early age. I still remember I was refused to take part in an inter-school competition. And he made me write my debate, made me rehearse it in front of himself and his wife 3 times over, before he was satisfied that I'd got it. I remember my history classes. Today, I can have the temerity to call him my associate, Arun Kapoorji, where an unattentive student was either the target of his chalk or his duster. And what's the impression that left you with? That do not think that you can ever hide in numbers. You will be caught. I had the good fortune and the honor of captaining the House of Eagles May I dare say the best house at Chandbagh. We can agree to disagree. I see that a lot in politics. But you got to play it with the sportsman spirit and accept that disagreement as well. And that institution of leadership, whether you're a school prefect, you're a house captain, you're a school captain, you're a captain of a particular sport, instills in you the ethos of leadership. Not ahinkar, but humility, samvedanshilta. And success in whatever shoes that you may fill lies not in your individual capability, but lies in the capability of you to be able to form a team. Management has taught us that principle. And Vivek Pandit, if he's sitting here, probably recites it all the time, that you're as strong as the weakest link in your chain. And that's fundamental. I still remember Bond. I can picture him even today. On the defensive stroke on the cricket pitch, my friend, you must smell the ball. You'll never forget that when you're on the pitch ever again. These, ladies and gentlemen, are not teachers. They are institutions. And so today I bow my head in reverence to all those institutions that have impacted me in my life. A school is not training for life. It is life itself. At a young age, to be able to balance what may seem as oddities, what may seem as views that are different from your own, but to be able to create that crucible, to be able to accept views that are different from your own, to be able to get feedback, constructive feedback, your housemaster's report card, what your peers think of you, the emotions that are written on a t-shirt or a piece of paper when you're leaving the institution, from your seniors, from your teachers, from your juniors, from the staff that take care of you in your storerooms. All of those people, ladies and gentlemen, fundamentally impact your life as you walk down that road. And Dune for India has been a crucible of creation of leadership. We DOSCOs have excelled in myriad areas unimaginable. The most topical that come to mind are politics and business, but there are myriad areas where DOSCOs have led the tricolor across the globe. And today, as India moves, as she gallops from her Amrit Kal to her Shatabdi Kal, these 22 years from 2025 to 2047 will be the most impactful, not only for us as citizens, not only for us as a country, but I believe in the core of my heart will be impactful for the world as we know it. And in order to be able to rise to that occasion, to be able to create that impact, we need integrity, we need humility, and we require execution capability. And if I dare say, Chandbagh is the area which has a plethora of all of those three factors. So tonight, as we DOSCOs gather at this DOSCO summit, and I'd like to congratulate both Junaid and Akash, who have spearheaded this initiative. I believe, and also the proceeds of this are going to help our flood survivors, and that talks a lot, both of you young men, of the cause that Doon School is all about. We are not about ourselves. We are about the impact that we can create and the lives that we can touch. And thank you for organizing not only this event to bring all of us together, but for the cause that you have espoused. There are three thoughts that I want to leave you with, which I hold very dear to my heart. The first, always remember, the only constant in the world is change. The second is something that the founder of Intel, Andy Grove, left us with in the course that I attended of his at Stanford Business School. And on the last day of class, he said, I've got nothing more to teach you guys. There's a whiteboard. He said, I've written something for you. Carry it, if you will, in terms of whichever area you may want to aspire to get into in life. And so you walked out of the class, and we went up and raised the whiteboard. There were 4 words written there. Only the paranoid survive. So we have to be paranoid, because that keeps us on our toes. And the final thought that I leave you with, always remember in life that the softest pillow that you can ever have is a clear conscience. Thank you very much for having me.
So we'll have some questions now.
My question is, after such an inspiring talk, I see that you are looking after the development of northeastern region. Don't you think we could have a good school there for grounding the young children? Because as I feel, these virtues are not attained in a trice. You have to go through that grind. So can't we have a good school in the northeast which would take the best of Doon and even Sindhya for that matter?
Sir, if I may say so, you underestimate the Northeast. You're talking about a region, Seven Sisters and Sikkim, that has a population of 4.5 crore of us, 70% of whom are below the age of 25. So you've got a huge youth bulge. And guess what the literacy is in the Northeast? And I was amazed. I had no knowledge of this before I became Minister of the Northeast. The literacy rate in those Seven Sisters in Sikkim is above 90%. So you've got a huge demography, You've got a very high literacy rate. You've got a huge English-speaking population, but mind you, very proud, very, very, very proud of their culture, their origins. And that capability of that region to shine, and again, this is not something I was aware of, but if you go back in history about 200-300 years, the Northeast was actually the connect between all of Southeast Asia and all the way extending all the way into Europe. Your trade routes would go through the Northeast, and that's what we are working at now. We have close to about 5.5 lakh crores of investments that are going into the Northeast currently. I just held a Northeast Investor Summit in May of this year. We had between individual promoters and PSUs and other companies close to about 5.5 lakh crores of investment going into fields, surprisingly, I was surprised, including education. And so there is a premature imprint of capability both on pedagogy and curriculum and in terms of educational institutions. And what we have been able to do recently, and the Prime Minister was very insistent on that, so with the emergence of India's space program, we're actually sending batches of kids, 40 kids, every month to ISRO and exposing them to our space program. What we're also doing is I have chosen close to about 100 colleges across the country, and we're taking 50 kids from each college, and they're going to do a diploma course in the universities in the Northeast. So that cross-cultural exchange is also happening. So thank you very much, more than your question, your comment, and let me say that it's definitely an imperative that we're looking at. Yes, absolutely. In fact, let me take the segue of your question to apprise everyone as well. So there are two things that we are looking at very seriously. One is to create a tourism circuit for every state. A 3-day circuit, 4-day circuit, but what I've insisted with every chief minister is that I'm not interested in looking at only brick and mortar investments. I want to look at the whole value chain of when Mr. Satyendra Kumar arrives at a particular location, who will receive him, where will he be housed, what's the cuisine he'll be exposed to, what is the quality of the guide that will take him along, all until the point that he's seen off at the airport. And I want interventions all across that value chain. And so we're going to start with Meghalaya, with Sora, and I'm going to inaugurate that in the next month or two, along with our young Chief Minister Conrad Sangma there. And along with that imperative, we've also defined one USP for every state. And that unique selling proposition must become the brand of that state. So therefore, Nagaland, it's coffee. Tripura, it's agarwood. Manipur, it's polo.
Hi, Jyotir. Hi. I heard you speak 15 years ago in school, and you spoke very well then, and you're speaking even better now. Thanks for telling us all about school, which of course we know, but you very well put it. On a lighter note, can you give us a mistake that the school corrected for you in your life and which has had an impact in your life?
Well, I think many. So the one thing that my father left me with was always concentrate and try and think of what is it that you can improve about yourself. You must reflect, you must try and take constructive feedback. And a lot of people who take constructive feedback, but are you able to internalize that? Based on internalizing that, are you able to change? And I can divulge a secret here. So the Prime Minister gave us an idea 3 years ago in our Council of Ministers meeting. He said, you know, as ministers, all of you think you're connected, but you're not as connected as you think you are. The people around you and your staff are much more connected than you. And so, once a week, why don't you sit with them and understand what has worked this week? And along with understanding what has worked this week, try and understand what has not worked this week. And concentrate more on what has not worked than what has worked. And for me, I came from a school in Bombay. I went to Campion, wonderful institution. But I was used to let me say, a slightly privileged life. And within the first month and a half at school, it brought me down to ground zero. I couldn't eat Valyaji's bulletproof chapatis for like 3 days, right? You won't believe it, I was 51 kilos at the age of 12 years when I came to school. In that first 1.5 months, I lost 10 kilos when I went back. It also taught me simple process. Many of us have great grand ideas, but the oft-cliched phrase that the devil lies in the details. And the ability to be able to execute. And that ability to be able to execute only comes from having the ability to take copious notes. Making a little post-it for yourself. What are the things to do over the next week? Those are all habits that are inculcated in school.
I have a question. This is regarding the aristocracy of service, which we've talked a lot about, including in the third panel. I wanted to bring it down to...
Aristocracy of service.
Can you hear? Yeah. I wanted to bring it down to a very, very simple level. And one of the panelists there talked about the rather pathetic situation in our schools, where 5th grade students cannot even read at 2nd grade levels of reading or numeracy. But I'm going a little bit further than that. In all my travels around the world, the 2 countries which I found the cleanest are Japan and Uzbekistan. And when I asked the people there how come this is the case, they said that at home and in primary school, students are taught to clean up the school. So I was just thinking that can we bring service down to that level where children are taught from the very beginning that the most important service is the community, the person next to you. And it begins with cleaning up after yourself and actually cleaning the surroundings around you. And that becomes the basis for what I would call an ethical society. I'd like your comment on that.
Sir, let me just say this, that you are bang on. We have an ability in our country to be armchair activists. And we will blame the whole system around ourselves except for us. And if there's something that you're passionate about, go and fix it yourself. Be a part of that change, as Mahatma Gandhi said, right? And I think our school inculcates that capability in us. So let me give you another example. So when I was in S-Form, I had the honor of, as part of SUPW, I had the honor of being able to teach a blind person his B.Ed course. And I would spend hours in the Jaipur House toy room with this gentleman, sitting, going over with him chapter by chapter by chapter. And it's exactly that, sir. That triumph was certainly his triumph. But in that triumph, you also felt there was a part of you. And that's the spirit that we need to inculcate in every single citizen in our country.
Thank you, Mr. Scindia, for those inspiring words. Your insights have been truly enlightening. we have a token of appreciation. Can we have that?
Thank you. It's been a pleasure. Thank you, Praveen. Praveen, right? Pranav, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you as well.
Thank you so much for attending today's event, ladies and gentlemen. May I request you all to proceed for drinks and dinner. The evening is young and there's nothing quite like the warmth of DOSCO camaraderie to keep these discussions alive and well. Thank you once again and enjoy the evening.